Good afternoon and welcome to September's full council meeting. I would like to take the opportunity to make everyone present, including those observing from the public galleries, aware that this meeting is being recorded and live streamed as the council's YouTube channel, where citizens can watch the meeting live or after the meeting. I would also like to take this opportunity to inform Council that I have appointed Pastor I.D. Samuel as the Lord Mayor's chaplain to support me in my civic year. We will now start the business for the meeting. Councillor Shannon, are there any apologies from the Labour group?
Yes, Lord Mayor. We have apologies from Councillor Devonta Curry for illness, Councillor Naeem Salim for illness, Councillor Saj Ahmed for personal reasons, Councillor Sam Lux for maternity leave, Councillor Georgia Power for employment, Councillor Carol McCulloch for annual leave, Councillor Steve Battlemouth for annual leave, and Councillor Dale Williams for annual leave.
Thank you. Councillor Clark, are there any apologies from the Nottingham Independent and Independent Group?
Yes, apologies from Councillor Maria Watson, who is on annual leave, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I have also received apologies for absence from Councillor Shugufta Kudus, who is on leave. We will now move on to the next agenda item, declarations of interest. Are there any councillors who need to declare interest in any matters on today's agenda? Thank you. We will now move on to the next agenda item, questions from citizens. There is one citizen question to be answered at the council today. That question relates to Sherwood Library. Please, could the leader of the council provide us with her response?
Sorry, Lord Mayor, can I raise a point of order, please? I've been contacted by several citizens who have advised me that they submitted questions to be answered at full council following the correct procedure and deadlines. However, they are not listed on the agenda. These questions relate to the mass evictions on Mansfield Road and decisions surrounding Mapley Community Centre. Would the Lord Mayor please outline the reasons why these questions were not included? Thank you.
We are not aware of receiving such a petition, but we'll look into it. Is that okay? Thank you. Question here.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And may I also thank the citizen for their question. I share the frustration around the delays and the issues that have prevented us from moving forward. My focus is firmly on completing the works required to open Sherwood Library. I visited the site recently with officers and met with Hockley Developments. They have now re-engaged and indicated a willingness to work with us to resolve the outstanding issues. Residents will be sceptical about this move, given past delays, but I am clear the time for excuses is over. If Hockley Development fail to deliver, the council will step in, complete the work, and then seek recovery of costs. We will not allow further delays to the library's opening. We want this library open. This is what we said we would do, and it remains one of my top priorities as leader. Whilst we are considering temporary measures, this will not distract us from pressing ahead with the permanent opening. But until the building is safe, it cannot open to the public. Cracked windows and structural concerns are not minor snags. They are serious health and safety issues, and I will not compromise on public safety. On Saturday, I was in Sherwood with local councillors and residents, including campaigners. I heard directly the frustration people feel, particularly about the disadvantaged children who have lost their much-loved library. Lord Mayor, I promised them, and I repeat here today, I will do everything within my power to ensure Sherwood Library is opened as quickly as possible and in a way that is safe and sustainable for the long term. Thank you.
How come the Sainsbury's was open in time?
Just asking. There's no public speaking.
Sorry, there is no public speaking. We will move on to the next agenda item, petitions from citizens. Are there any petitions to be submitted by councillors? Thank you.
We have questions. Large information about landfill eviction.
Please, can I ask you to stop disrupting the meeting, please?
Can you answer our question?
If you continue to disrupt the meeting, I will ask you to leave the meeting.
We're so sorry it's uncomfortable for you to be faced with the public you're meant to represent, Lord Mayor.
I have asked you to refrain from disturbing the meeting. And as you have continued, I am directing you to leave this meeting.
People are getting evicted and we need your help. You should do something.
Council, stop this.
The question was submitted regularly.
Please leave the meeting.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
You're failing the public you're meant to represent.
On to the next agenda item, minutes. Can we agree the minutes of the meeting held on the 14th July 2025? Thank you. We will now move on to the next agenda item, official communications. Chief Executive, will you please make your announcement?
On behalf of Council, I would like to pay tribute to Her Royal Highness the Duchess of Kent, whose sad passing was announced on Friday the 5th of September. On behalf of Nottingham City Council, I extend our deepest sympathies to the royal family at this difficult time. As a mark of respect, the flag at the Council House was flown at half-mast on Friday. Today also marks the 3rd anniversary of the passing of Her Royal Highness Queen Elizabeth II. We'll now have a minute's silence.
To the next agenda item, Councilor questions. We will now move to the next agenda item, Councilor questions. There are 12 questions from councillors this afternoon. After each question, there will be an opportunity for up to 3 supplementary questions to be asked. The original questionnaire has the right to ask one of those questions. Supplementary questions must relate directly to the original question. Once the councillor giving the response to the original question has finished speaking, I will ask if anyone would like to ask a supplementary question. Can I please ask councillors to wait until this point to raise your hand to indicate and not before? Councillor Naya Patel, please ask your question to the Leader of the Council.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. At the last council meeting, the leader said that she will work with local councillors to explore options on having a library provision for Sherwood residents. Could the leader provide an update on what progress has been made so far and how she will make sure that Sherwood residents are involved and given the opportunity to have a say?
Councillor Nega Khan, please, can you respond?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And may I also thank Councillor Patel for her question. Since the last full council on 14th July, the developer has re-engaged with the council and agreed to carry out the work needed to get Sherwood Library open. A report was taken to Capital Board requesting funding should the developer fail to deliver. The council stands ready to step in, complete the works and then recover the costs. Sherwood Library remains a core part of our library provision and we are absolutely committed to delivering what the residents of Sherwood deserve. There are no hold-ups on the council's part. We are ready to move. I recognise and share the frustration that Sherwood has been without local library provision for a long time. That is why I visited the site myself last week and why on Saturday I met directly with campaigners, residents, who rightly wanted answers and the library they were promised. Some campaigners raised that the council hasn't spent the $220,000 budgeted between 2022 and 2025. Let me be very clear, this has never been about saving money. As leader, I cannot and will not allow a building that is fundamentally unsafe to open. From the very start, our pledge has been to deliver a library in the heart of Sherwood. So today, Lord Mayor, while we continue to press ahead with the permanent library, I want to hear directly from Sherwood residents on what temporary pop-up library services they should support. I accept this would not be a full replacement, but it could provide access to books and resources that have been missing for far too long. So I will open a 6-week consultation with the people of Sherwood who live and work there to say to them, look, these are the options we're going to put forward for temporary provision. Please, let's have your feedback. So the options that we're putting forward include leasing and repurposing an empty retail unit on Mansfield Road, placing a porta cabin in the car park of a local community centre in the vicinity of the area, or exploring a mobile library bus service at weekends. The consultation will launch, like I said, later this week and run for 6 weeks. A short survey will be shared online, promoted across our digital channels with QR codes placed within the community and also through local schools. Lord Mayor, I remain firmly committed to delivering the outcomes we promise, Sherwood Library, and most importantly, the best possible result for residents in Sherwood. Thank you.
Would anyone like to ask a supplementary question? Councillor Patel, would you like to ask your supplementary question?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And can I just thank the leader for attending the library protest with me on Saturday? This is the first time a Nottingham City Council leader has attended the Sherwood Library protest. On Saturday, the leader promised that she would be inviting media to view the current situation of the library. Could she tell us when this will happen, and would this offer be extended to ward councillors? She also mentioned about the survey. Would she also share the survey results with the Sherwood residents and local councillors once received? Thank you.
Question 2. Councillor Michael Councillor Khan, please, can you respond?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Councillor Nair, when we went to the campaigners and the protesters, clearly they had lots of questions, some that we've heard from the gallery today, and they did answer the questions there. They asked for open and transparency, and I've been very clear that I do believe in being open and transparent. So they were asking if the community could come in and view the Sherwood Library. That isn't possible because of the amount of people and the health and safety risks within the building. But I did make the announcement at the protest that I would be willing to allow the media into Sherwood Library to actually see the serious issues that are stopping the building from opening. There aren't the 100 odd that we started with. There is still a small amount, but the building is not safe. So I'm happy to extend that to yourself and AJ and the other Councillor Williams as well, to come in with us and actually look at what is actually holding up the building. This isn't nothing about saving money. This is actually about safety, and I would be more than happy, as you would be, to get this library open as soon as possible. We've got to make sure it's done appropriately, and I'm more than happy to share the results of the 6-week consultation once we get them back. So yeah, happy to do that.
Thank you. Councillor Michael Edwards, please ask your question to Executive Member for Finance and Resources.
Does the Executive Member for Finance and Resources agree that the investment of an additional £2 million of funding in some of the Council's core universal services show the renewal that the Council is currently undergoing and will help to provide Nottingham residents with better value for money and better outcomes across Nottingham?
Councillor Eaton Radford, please, can you respond?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Edwards, for your question. Since April 2024, this council has set a clear intention to get its own house in order. And we've had to do that because over the last decade, Nottingham City Council has suffered the effects of a national reduction in local government funding at a scale never before seen, leaving Nottingham and countless other deprived cities losing out to more affluent areas. Nottingham City Council has hundreds of millions of pounds over a sustained period of years, alongside an unprecedented rise in demand for services. The effects of previous government cuts haven't just been felt by the council, it is the people of Nottingham who have been left struggling. Following the 2024 general election, things have changed for councils like Nottingham. The election of the new Labour government has seen a significant increase in funding for councils as part of their fair funding for local government, which last year saw Nottingham, the 11th most deprived council in the country, receiving the 11th highest grant from the government to the tune of an additional £35 million. This has been one of the most significant factors in our efforts to get Nottingham City Council's house in order, enabling us to address internal factors at the council, such as a renewed corporate leadership team, more accurate financial forecasting, improved governance, and most importantly, providing better value for money for council taxpayers. These external and internal factors are why we are beginning to demonstrate an improvement in the council's financial position. This does not overlook the fact we still have a structural budget deficit, meaning the council still needs to achieve financial sustainability and run services without having to rely on one-off quick fixes like using reserves, which is not what reserves are for. The council does continue to spend more on some services than other councils who deliver better outcomes at a lower cost. But every pound of council taxpayers' money must be spent wisely and deliver best value across all city council services. Hard-working residents of this city deserve no less. As the political leadership of the council, we put forward a bold vision to become a renewed council that delivers for local people and leads Nottingham forward. But that vision is nothing without action. By getting our house in order, we are becoming that renewed council. We can see this by getting overspends under control, using only 7 million of the 41 million of exceptional financial support that was initially predicted we would need, reducing our debt by almost 300 million in the last 4 years, a reduction of nearly 1/3 overall, all the while demonstrating, as I said at last full council, that we are not bankrupt, we have never been bankrupt, and we are nowhere near bankrupt. That is why we are now able to look further, to demonstrate how we intend on delivering for local people and what that looks like, not words, but action. It is because of this that a few weeks ago the council announced that between now and April next year we are committing an additional in-year spend of around £2 million to provide better value for money from some of our core universal services. This includes over £500,000 on fly tip and litter collection, £250,000 on improving our highways, just under £200,000 on community safety with additional neighbourhood safety officers, over £750,000 of investment in our local parks, which includes £650,000 from Labour's regional mayor, and over £500,000 on weed management, tree maintenance and hedge cutting. And we are already starting to see some of the benefits of this additional investment. Our cleansing team alone have picked up an additional 100 tonnes of fly tipping off Nottingham streets in the last few weeks. That is the equivalent of up to 8 double-decker buses of trash. As we currently work on the council's budget for next year in 26-27, we intend on demonstrating further action to deliver better value for money, renewing pride in place, delivering safe and clean neighbourhoods and empowering people to lead healthy lives. Under Labour, Nottingham City Council will continue to move at pace to get our house in order, to become a renewed council that delivers for local people and leads Nottingham forward. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Would anyone like to ask a supplementary question? Councillor Mike Edward, would you like to ask your supplementary question?
When the Deputy Leader refers to getting the House in order, is he getting at the fact that finally we're in a situation where the leadership are empowered to offer more of a political role in actually making these improvements and reflecting the priorities that are on our lanyards, including safer and cleaner, priorities that we adopted more than 20 years ago? And is he aware that those councillors who've been involved in neighbourhood inspections of our former council housing estates, particularly in the Meadows, we've had 5 inspections, and the scale of the challenges have really come clear through those inspections? And does he recognise and acknowledge the efforts, therefore, that our staff have had to take on in trying to meet the extra demand with fewer staff? Thank you.
Councillor Etienne Radford, please, can you respond?
I completely agree, and I think it's important that we all recognise the incredible effort staff have made in turning the council around. And I think it's certainly our intention moving forward that we begin to look at what the priorities are for people in neighbourhoods and estates, and that as councillors and as people who have control of the purse strings, we start allocating funding to those priorities.
Councillor Sorkan Mahmood, would you like to ask your supplementary question?
Did the executive member share my confusion at Councillor Kudusa's quote in the Nottingham Post on this additional £2 million investment when she referred to it as a U-turn?
Councillor Etienne Radford, please, can you respond?
Thank you, Councillor Mahmood. I too was confused by Councillor Kudusa's comment. A U-turn is a change of plan, a reversal of policy. This council, with Labour, never voluntarily committed to austerity as a course of action, but we are voluntarily reversing the effects caused by austerity under the Tories. I'm not surprised Councillor Kudusa can't see the difference. She must still be dizzy from her own U-turns, asking residents to vote for her as a Labour Party candidate only to change her mind and switch to another party a year later. It is those of us in Nottingham Labour that stuck around, who put duty before ego, who will deliver that reversal and build back better with the new Labour government, taking action rather than pontificating from the sidelines, offering no real alternative, no real vision, offering nothing other than warm and fluffy words that do nothing but stroke egos. While Councillor Kudusa and the Greens offer words, we offer action, and we are delivering it.
Councillor Kevin Clark, would you like to ask your supplementary question?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Given the last budget saw the council incur additional pressures as a result of the Labour government's increase in employers' national insurance, will the executive member be lobbying the government to ensure that similar increase in national insurance contributions are not proposed in this year's budget? This will dilute the effect of the funding increase highlighted in Councillor Edwards' initial question.
Councillor Ethan Radford, please, can you respond?
We continually engage with the government around impacts that will be had on the council to the plans they are making around the budget, given the massive amount of black holes left in the government and the public coffers following the general election. There are a range of things that the government did, not only increased national insurance contributions, they also increased the cost on the council to pay people a higher wage. And on things like that, I certainly don't begrudge people who are hardworking, trying to provide for their families a higher income. We will constantly take an appraisal of the impact on this council of government announcements, but I think it's very important to remember the absolute mess they inherited and that we are also cleaning up the Tories' mess left in our own council just as much as they're cleaning up the mess the Tories left in Parliament. Thank you.
Question 3. Councillor Audra Winter, please ask your question to the Executive Member for Finance and Resources.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Could the Executive Member for Finance and Resources provide an update on the Council's current debt position following recent commentary claiming that Nottingham's Council is saddled with high debts?
Councillor Ethan Radford, please, can you respond?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Winter, for your question. A lot has been said about the City Council's debt, with much of it untrue. So today, in the interest of transparency, I'm taking the step to open our books and give a full and frank accounting of our debt. In 2021, this Council imposed a voluntary borrowing cap. At the time, our debt was 941 million. To date, we have paid 298 million, bringing it down to 643, an overall reduction of a third. 158 million of this is housing revenue account debt, money borrowed for our housing stock. That leaves us with a general fund debt of 485 million. On the 2nd of September, the County Council held a full council meeting where they discussed local government reorganisation. There were a large number of inaccurate and frankly untrue statements made during this discussion regarding the city. One thing that came through strongly was an obsession about the City Council's debt. But before I come to that, I want to take the opportunity to set the record straight on a litany of untruths put forward during that meeting. Councillor Sam Smith, former Tory leader of the council, said that the City Council had been bankrupt, not once but twice, that the tram is bankrupt and useless, that the Riverside Festival was cancelled because we can't afford it this year, that Nottingham Castle is not open at the moment, that we've closed libraries. With Councillor Neil Clark, County Councillor and leader of Rushcliffe Borough, chiming in too, saying we had a track record of failure, of closing libraries. He too accuses of cancelling Riverside Festival because of financial mismanagement. And the Tories weren't alone in slagging off the city, with Broxtowe Alliance and Broxtowe Independent councillors lining up with the Tories to kick the boot into Nottingham. With Councillor Steve Carr speaking on Broxtowe's housing stock, they're worth 750 million as an asset. That's what the city wants. That's why they're so keen to take Broxtowe. And Councillor Theresa Cullen saying the city is not paying off its debt by working hard and earning more money, it's selling off assets in a fire sale. And Councillor Smith topped it all off by calling the City Council a sinking ship. A sinking ship. Council debt slashed by a third over 4 years, budget gaps fallen from the ludicrous 60 millions to the tens of millions, in-year overspends falling, and over £2 million of investment in frontline services announced just last month. What nonsense. And the response to the rest of their nonsense. Councils cannot go bankrupt, and this council is certainly not bankrupt. The latest accounts from Nottingham Express Transit show that the tram is not bankrupt. The Riverside Festival was cancelled because the private operator pulled out. The castle is currently open and under council stewardship has welcomed over 500,000 visitors. We haven't closed a single library. And despite what Councillor Carr says about our alleged desire to obtain and flog off Broxtowe's housing stock, we couldn't even if we wanted to. It's literally illegal. And the council's asset disposal strategy has been in line with SIPFA guidance, disposing of assets that are surplus to our requirements, which does not constitute a fire sale. But I've saved the worst till last, with Councillor Sam Smith saying that the city had overwhelming debt, that LGR was a device to prop up a failing, bankrupt Nottingham City Council. And Councillor Neil Clark joined in, as he often has before in the Post, referring to the city's debt as monstrous, that the government's ambition for Rushcliffe is to pay off the city's debt. I'm sick to death of hearing utter nonsense bandied about by people who treat honesty in public office like it's optional and not a duty. I don't know where they got this information from. They never asked us, never once sought to find out the facts. They simply made it up. So we did some digging, and I have a revelation for this chamber today. Directly comparing council debt between councils is tricky, and not every council is as honest and open as we have been about our debt. But we've done the best we can, and if we're wrong, I invite neighbouring councillors to open their books and correct us. What I'm going to do today is compare like-for-like debt between the city and the county, and it paints an illuminating picture. While Nottingham City Council carries 485 million of general fund debt, the County Council carries 469 million of general fund debt, a 16 million or 3% difference. And I can go further than that. Between the period of March 31st, 2021 to now, while we paid off 298 million, the county in the same period paid off 30 million by comparison. And we're not done there. We are continuing to reduce our debt further, and on the current trajectory, by the time LGR is in effect, Nottingham City Council should be in less debt than Nottinghamshire County Council. So there we have it, laid bare the facts for all to see. A 3% difference between us. This is our supposedly overwhelming and monstrous debt. This supposedly bankrupt council, as Councillor Sam Smith and Neil Clark would have you believe. What a load of nonsense. Our debt is not an outlier, and we are not. Matter, the truth matters, and whether it's about the council's debt, the fallacy that we're bankrupt, or Labour's record in power here in Nottingham, I refuse to allow anyone to lay untruths at this city's door, and I will continue to set the record straight. In doing so this morning, I wrote a letter to each member of the County Council, challenging every untruth each person uttered in that chamber and giving them facts instead of falsehoods, attaching their own council's code of conduct and inviting them to provide the factual evidence that supports the statements they made or formally retract them, and giving them the assurance that if this clarification is not provided, I will consider submitting a formal complaint to their monitoring officer relating to breaches of the council code of conduct. This city, our city, is no one's whipping boy. And I promise those neighbouring councillors who think Nottingham City is fair game, I'm putting you on notice. We'll give as good as we get, but when we do it, we use fact, not fiction. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Would anyone like to ask a supplementary question? Would Councillor Rule, would you like to ask your supplementary question?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Could the Deputy Leader outline whether the debt figure he has quoted includes the Council's debt under the PFI obligations that it's signed up to, which per the last Treasury Management reports indicate 133 million is outstanding?
Councillor Aiton Radford, please, can you respond?
I can't remember off the top of my head, but I'm more than happy to give that information.
Councillor Clark, would you like to ask your supplementary question?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can the Deputy Leader confirm that proportion of the figure he has quoted constitutes continuous orphan debt? That is to say, that a debt that is not asset-backed.
Councillor Aiton Radford, please, can you respond?
Same reply to your colleague. I don't know off the top of my head, but I'm happy to provide that information. And I want to be very clear in the time that I've got. We've taken the step today to be extremely transparent about this council's debt. This council at no point has taken lumps out of neighbouring councils in the context of local government reorganisation, and we've been very frank and honest about the challenges this council has faced, many of which have been put upon us by the national government. If any councillors and neighbouring authorities have any issue with the numbers we've put forward, I invite them to take the next step, to be as transparent and open about their debt as we have been about ours. The figures I'm quoting from the County Council are from their own draft reports. So if we are incorrect about our numbers, I would welcome them to say as much. But I think it's very important that as they go around, bandying fantasies about the city's council's finances that all 55 of us are responsible for, they should get the facts straight. Don't you agree?
Yeah. Councillor Chapman, would you like to ask your supplementary question?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Following recent articles covering the December 2023 Section 114 notice, could the Deputy Leader provide some clarity about concerns raised by councillors at the time with regard to the serving of the notice and its implementation? Thank you.
Councillor Ethan Radford, please can you respond?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Chapman, for your question. Section 114 of the Local Government Finance Act 1988 requires the local authority's chief finance officer to report when it appears that the authority's expenditure for financial year is likely to exceed the resources available to it. This report triggers a Section 114 procedure where the report is sent to the authority's members and auditors, leading to a prohibition on certain expenditures prior to a meeting to discuss the report. The decision to issue a Section 114 is a matter for the Section 151 officer and only the Section 151 officer. They cannot be overruled by members. However, they do not need to agree with the decision, and that is the purpose of the meeting as required by law to discuss the report. Members cannot themselves make the decision to issue a 114, but once issued, members of the relevant authority have only a duty to consider the report. There has to be a meeting within 21 days at which the relevant authority must decide whether it agrees or disagrees with the views contained in the report and what action, if any, it proposes to take in consequence of it. CIPFA's guidance recommends that the CFO must have taken all steps necessary to arrive at and justify a Section 114 decision, and the CFO should ensure that there is a proper record of the considerations leading to the decision. CIPFA's guidance on the role of the CFO in local government says every action should be taken to avoid conflict by providing timely advice to elected members and, where possible, offering alternative lawful solutions on financial matters. However, at the end of the day, Section 114 imposes a statutory duty on the CFO. This meeting of Council took place following the issue of the Section 114 notice. At this meeting, a number of councillors objected to the report and tried to question the validity of the notice. Some were inappropriately prevented to at the time, with one councillor, Councillor Chapman, being the subject of a complaint which later found in Councillor Chapman's favour. As part of our getting our house in order, it is our intention to restore this council's reputation around finance as a well-managed authority. And by doing so, it is my intention that the reputations of individuals affected is also restored, including the previous Finance Executive Member, Councillor Winter, who was one of the first to identify and raise concerns and pushed for answers, and whose personal reputation has been unfairly damaged as a consequence. It is important to note that the cause of the 114 notice was not the Council's debt, it was about balancing the budget, which we did, while both Councillor Williams and Winter were the Executive Members for Finance and Resources. We have always done so, and we will continue to do so as our situation improves.
Question 4. Councillor Michael Savage, please ask your question to the Executive Member for Regional Development, Growth and Transport.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Last month marked the 10th anniversary of the tram extension in Nottingham. Does the Executive Member for Regional Development, Growth and Transport agree that the tram has been a great asset not only for the city but the conurbation as a whole, and a future expansion to new areas would greatly benefit the region and should be welcomed by all?
Councillor Linda Woodins, please, can you respond?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Savage, for your question. I'm glad to have the chance to acknowledge the bold and forward-thinking decisions of previous Nottingham Labour councillors, some of whom are still with us in this chamber today, to reintroduce trams into the City of Nottingham. At that time, the council spoke of ambition, of vision, and of transforming how people move across our great city. And today, we can proudly say we delivered on that promise. Nottingham Express Transit, otherwise known as NET, is a major part of our modern and award-winning integrated transport system in Nottingham, which continues to deliver huge benefits to people who both live and work in the city and outside of it. It also plays a key role in achieving our aim of becoming carbon neutral by 2028. And last month, we marked 10 years of Line 2, the Clifton to Towton service. The tram now has over 50 stops, services every 7 to 10 minutes on every extended route, and a frequency of every 3 to 5 minutes in the city centre. And that network is a major asset for Nottingham and has been extremely well received by the public, with over 15 million users per year now using the expanded network. Our key objective was helping people to reduce their reliance on cars in what would otherwise be a very congested city. Passenger surveys indicate that around 30% of net users formerly made their journey by car or now use the park and rides. And since the first tram line opened, public transport use in Nottingham has grown from 67 million journeys to nearly 80 million journeys per year. That system has been founded on some core principles: high levels of punctuality and reliability, which has led to the tram having a customer satisfaction rating of over 95% on a regular basis. Our 7 free park and ride sites, with 4 sites directly serving traffic to and from the M1 and other key routes, with a complete capacity of 5,000 car parking spaces. Absolutely excellent interchange with other transport services. It serves 3 train stations, including the main Nottingham station, and there's an interchange with bus services throughout the network: Bulwell, Beeston, shared platforms provided to create a seamless journey. Traffic priority when crossing all major strategic roads, which gives the tram an operational advantage, and a simple and affordable ticketing structure, including the Robin Hood card, which can be used on all public transport services in the area, plus a multi-operator contactless card scheme, and most importantly, an accessible and safe system operating low-floor trams with safe and secure passenger facilities, which has transformed the lives of people who rely on mobility scooters and wheelchairs. So the key accessibility benefits are that it serves 1,270 workplaces where 55,000 employees commute to. It serves 20 of the 30 largest employers in Greater Nottingham, all of which are within 800 metres of a tram stop, which widens the area for recruitment for those employers. And it serves 2 of the largest institutions in Greater Nottingham, the University of Nottingham and the Queen's Medical Centre, and that hospital is the first in the country to be directly served by a tram service. NET has contributed to inward investment with significant commercial development next to the city centre tram stops and major housing and retail development in both Hucknall and Beeston, and accessibility to nearly 30% of the Greater Nottingham population outside of the Nottingham city boundary who are within 800 metres of a tram stop. So potential extensions to the tram are heavily linked to development, with routes to Gedling, Fareham Pastures and west of Towton, strongly linked to residential and commercial development proposals coming forward through the Greater Nottingham Strategic Plan. And it's very interesting that borough councillors that say that they want nothing to do with the city are clamouring for tram extensions out into Gedling Borough. In the past decade, Line 2 has carried millions of passengers, easing traffic congestion, improving air quality, and helping residents get to work, school, the hospital, and leisure activities more easily and sustainably. This line and the tram as a whole has transformed lives and the economy of Nottingham and the wider area, and long may it continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone like to ask a supplementary question? Councillor David Mellon, would you like to ask your supplementary question?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can I thank the portfolio holder for answer? Bearing in mind the answer that the Deputy Leader gave, would she agree with me that those speaking in County Hall against various things about our city are speaking in direct contradiction of the behaviour of their constituents? That Teresa Cullen, Councillor Cullen, speaking against the city, is speaking in direct contradiction to her constituents in Beeston, for whom one would argue the tram has revitalised the town centre, and hundreds and thousands of her constituents are jumping on the tram on a daily basis. That Councillor Neil, whatever his name, the leader of Clark from Gedling, from Rushcliffe, is speaking in contradiction to the behaviour behaviour of his constituents who are very happy to jump onto the buses that are run by Nottingham City Transport that we own the majority share in, and in some areas of Rushcliffe onto the tram in Compton Acres and the Wilford area as well. That actually there is a sense that those councillors want to bash us, but also accept the benefits that they have, their constituents have, in living near a city which is so well served by the tram and the buses.
Councillor Linda Woodins, please, can you respond?
Well, yes, I absolutely agree with every comment you've made there. As you say, there's been a lot of posturing and grandstanding and soapboxing over local government reorganisation. But the truth is that residents who live outside of the City of Nottingham vote with their feet. They see themselves as Nottingham residents. If they're asked when they go on holiday, where are you from? They'll say Nottingham. They don't say Beeston. They don't say West Bridgford. They don't say I'm from Gedling. They say I'm from Nottingham, because everybody knows where that is. So it's very ironic, as I said, that the citizens who live in the conurbation of Nottingham make full use of the city's services, culture, leisure offer and transport offer. And, you know, I think it really speaks to the common sense approach that's needed when we talk about local government reorganisation. Thank you.
Councillor Mike Edward, would you like to ask your supplementary question?
Well, isn't it ironic that NET, which actually started as a county council proposal, started by John Heppel, isn't it ironic where the county have ended up? And in another way, a bit ironic about how the city's ended up as the biggest champion, because at the time when phase 1 was started, City weren't so sure. However, on phase 2, the key thing to understand is the case for phase 2 lines was only made once you advocated park and ride on a trunk route. Now, I can get the argument that says park and ride on Daleside Road is important because we've got the racecourse there. But we should be aiming for the A52 East. West Bridgford as a conurbation suffers from traffic. Our 2 bridges across the river suffer from excess traffic, and the Meadows suffers poor air quality as a result. So will the portfolio holder please note that we are asking for the option of reaching the A52 East via tram be kept open as an option, please.
Councillor Linda Woodins, please, can you respond?
Yes, well, I'm sure Councillor Edwards is aware that currently our Labour Mayor for the Combined Authority has funded a feasibility study to look at tram extensions, but he's absolutely right to highlight the congestion and poor air quality across the 2 central bridge crossings. There are in fact 3 crossings over the river at the minute, so you've forgotten Clifton Bridge as well. I'm very pleased to say very soon there will be a 4th bridge crossing the river for cycling and walking to link up the waterside and the Lady Bay area. And that bridge, very exciting, being constructed on the banks of the Trent as we speak. And I think in early October we'll be down there to have a look at the bridge as it's completed. So no, it's an absolutely fair call to say that it has to be done on a cost-benefit analysis of where it will benefit the most people to actually have a tram line out to it. Thank you.
Councillor Chapman, would you like to ask your supplementary question?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wonder whether the portfolio holder would, well, perhaps she doesn't remember, that when the tram was first started, it was not popular. There were people telling us that it was a waste of money. There were people telling us that Hyson Green would become a ghost area. We were told that by businesses that it would wreck their business. And in particular, we were told by the Conservatives it was an utter waste of money. And the Conservative councillors at the time were against it. The Conservatives on the County Council were against it. And the Conservative government was not at all helpful. So it's worth remembering this Labour Council, and I'm going to take some credit, a bit of self-backslapping, right? I was leader at the time. We took an awful lot of flack, an awful lot of aggression and a lot of scepticism, and we drove it through along with a Labour County Council. So it is worth understanding that sometimes you've got to make hard decisions against
Councillor Chapman.
Against
Please,
the public.
can you just ask your question?
And does she not recognise what we've achieved?
Councillor Linda Woodins, please, can you respond?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Chapman. I was alluding to yourself and Councillor Mellon, who were around at the time, but I didn't want to point out your age, so I was trying to be polite. But we were leader at the time. I just want to say that it's strange in a way that there are many transport things that are not popular at all. There was a massive campaign against the M1 before the M1 was built. We've had huge campaigns about bus lanes. Now it's quite accepted that it's easier to get the bus in than it is to take your car in. And we would have been a gridlock Nottingham had it not been for the progressive, forward-thinking measures that this Labour Council took in order to keep Nottingham moving. So what you find out when you do the transport portfolio is that everyone is an expert and everyone's opposed to everything. You have to be bold, you have to be brave, and you have to be ambitious for our city and see where the future is leading. An ever-growing car population, millions and millions and millions and millions of more cars on the road. You cannot build bigger roads. They've tried that in America. It's gridlock there as well. You have to build viable, easy, affordable alternatives to car travel to free up road space for the people who have no choice but to use their cars. And that's what we've done. We're really proud of it.
Councillor Shannon, please ask your question to the Executive Member for Regional Development, Growth and Transport.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The National Ice Centre is celebrating its 25th birthday this year. As a national centre for sport, the home of one of the UK's leading ice hockey teams, Go Panthers, and host to international events, could the Executive Member for Regional Development, Growth and Transport detail the impact that the Ice Centre has had for tourism and how it has helped boost sports across the city?
Councillor Linda Woodins, please, can you respond?
Thank you so much, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Shannon, for your question. I'm getting all the really great questions today. I'm very pleased about that. 25 years ago, this city witnessed the opening of a world-class facility that will go on to change the landscape of sport, tourism and community life, not just in Nottingham, but across the UK. Our 25th anniversary celebrations included a star-studded gala, which was lauded by the entertainment industry as one of the best events of recent times. And this Sunday, yesterday, I was delighted to attend a 25th anniversary skating gala hosted by Olympic champion Robin Cousins in front of 6,000 local people who were all given free tickets. They've renamed the rink as the Torval and Dean rink this year, and obviously Jane and Chris performed their final ever shows in Nottingham as well, generating huge media coverage for this city. And it's hoped that some of our speed skaters displaying their skills yesterday will qualify for the Winter Olympics in Milan in February 2026. And one of the things I learned yesterday is that in every one of the 25 years of the Ice Centre Stadium, a Nottingham-based skater has performed at a national and international competition. What a legacy. But just as importantly, the Ice Stadium has focused on our communities. As part of the celebrations this year, all schools in Nottingham were invited to bring their pupils for a free skating session, and 38 schools took up the offer, involving nearly 5,000 students across our city. Their Holiday Activity Fund programme continues to grow, and this summer supported 2,500 places for Nottingham City school children. It was fully subscribed and had a small waiting list of over 200 to join it. And that centre, it serves both city residents and the wider population again. Of approximately 150,000 annual public skaters, 23% are from the city, 47% of people who use the Ice Stadium come from Nottinghamshire, and 29% from even further afield than Nottinghamshire. Then you look at the arena side of the business. The Nottingham Forest Super League Netball is a great new venture for elite women's sport in the city, an opportunity to inspire girls and women to join one of England's highest female participation sports. And in April 2027, the Motorpoint Arena will hold the ISU World Synchronised Skating Championships. You've got to see it, it's fantastic. And for the first time ever, they will hold their senior and junior world championships here in Nottingham on consecutive days. And those events will bring in thousands of international visitors to Nottingham, and the event will have one of the greatest economic impacts that any sporting event has had for the city. Let's talk about the Nottingham Panthers, who had their highest ever attendances in the arena in the 24-25 season, culminating in a playoff victory. And off the back of that, season ticket sales for 25-26, which starts on the 12th of September, are the highest ever. In January next year, the arena and the Panthers will host the Continental Cup, a European ice hockey tournament, bringing 5 other European hockey teams and their fans to Nottingham for 9 matches over 4 days, and bringing business to the city's hotels and hospitality industry at a quiet time of the year. And overall, the Ice Centre and the arena have contributed over £1 billion to the Nottingham economy over the last 25 years. So of the 500,000 visitors that come to the arena each year, 25% of those come from Nottinghamshire. 47% attend from the length and breadth of the country, from Scotland to Plymouth, Kent to Belfast, and we have thousands of international visitors each year for both arena events and ice skating. Next year is expected to be the busiest ever year. This year is expected to be the busiest ever year for the Motorpoint Arena. And that reflects the quality of experience for artists, promoters and fans, because of their continued drive to reinvest in improvements, and we should all be proud of this in Nottingham. It has a profound impact on tourism and our local economy. Every competition, every concert, every headline event brings in fans, families and professionals who stay in our hotels, dine in our restaurants and experience the best that Nottingham has to offer. The Ice Centre has helped put Nottingham on the map as a destination city, one that is vibrant, diverse and welcoming. It's more than just bricks and mortar. It's a symbol of our ambition, our community spirit and our ability to dream big and deliver. And to all those who've played a part in its success, from the staff and volunteers to the athletes and fans to the visionaries who made it possible, we say thank you.
Would anyone like to ask a supplementary question? Question 6. Councillor Salma Montaz, please, can you ask your question to the Leader of the Council?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can the Leader update Council on progress towards the local government reorganisation? Does the Leader agree that recent comments from neighbouring authorities have been misleading and show that some are more interested in political point scoring rather than ensuring the future success of Nottinghamshire and Nottingham City for years to come? Thank you.
Councillor Nega Khan, please, can you respond?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Mumtaz, for your question. Let me start by being very clear. This is not something Nottingham City Council has chosen to do. Local government reorganisation is a decision by the government. Our job is to respond in a way that protects the best interests of the people of Nottingham. Some councils around us have already said what option they want. Here in the city, we are waiting for the results of the public survey. We want to hear directly from local people, not just which option they prefer, but why. We are the only council asking for a proper boundary review. You might ask why? Because we want to make the right choice for the long term, not just grab the easy option. This city has already outgrown its small, tight, bounded boundaries over the last 25 years, and we cannot repeat the mistakes of the past. Our idea is for 2 new councils, one covering the city and the urban parts of Gedling, Rushcliffe and Broxtowe, and another for the rest of the county. This makes sense because it reflects how people actually live, work and travel, not lines on an old map. The government wants all proposals in by the 28th of November. After we debate them here in full council, since August, more than 9,000 people have already had their say in our survey, and I encourage many more to take part before it closes on the 14th of September. Now, on the second part of your question, yes, some of the comments made by neighbouring council leaders have been misleading. And frankly, it looks like some care more about scoring political points than doing what's best for Nottinghamshire and Nottingham. Let me give you a few examples. Councillor Sam Smith claimed Nottingham Castle is closed. This is simply untrue. The castle is open, busy, and was welcomed over 200,000 visitors this year. To say otherwise is either careless or deliberate, and either way, Nottingham people deserve better. I'm not sure what he's thinking of gaining. I might have been asleep and hoping that happened, but clearly it's not gonna. The leader of Broxtowe claimed rents will go up by £60 a week under new boundaries. This is scaremongering. No such policy exists, and no one can say what rents would be until new arrangements are agreed, and that will be at the new elections and new councils being elected, and they will determine what that will be. It's a claim made only to frighten people, and Councillor Milan, you should know better. Councillor Neil Clark has said this is all about Nottingham trying to grab wealthier areas to raise more council tax. If that were true, we would have backed an option that included all of Rushcliffe. We did not, because we are focused on sensible geography, not quick cash. Lord Mayor, throughout this process, I've tried to work openly with colleagues across the region. What we faced instead is a stream of misleading claims designed to confuse people and to attack this council. The public deserve better. They deserve honesty and integrity, not scare stories and cheap political point scoring. On finances too, you heard Councillor Radford talk about them, but let's set the record straight once again. We are not bankrupt. We were never bankrupt, and we are not close to being bankrupt. I don't know how many times we need to say that, but please, I just hope you're listening and you take that on board. Since 2021, we have reduced our debt by 298 million, which is a third of our debt, and we are continuing to cut it by 30 to 50 million every year. This is real financial discipline, and that's something they're not actually doing. So once we now start pushing back on these comments, I'm not sure what they're going to find, but they're going to struggle. They're going to go back into their little huts. So my message today is this. To those leaders and councillors spreading misleading claims, stop. Think before you speak. From now on, any false statements will be called out publicly and directly, and if you have made such claims by mistake, then do the decent thing and apologise, and we might not go after you. So this is too important for political games. Local government reorganisation is a once-in-a-generation chance to get things right. We want boundaries that reflect real communities, support growth and give us a fairer, greener and more prosperous future. This is the leadership Nottingham is showing. This is the integrity our residents expect, and this is what we will deliver. So I just want to make it very clear that, you know, people are saying, well, it must have been true because we haven't pushed back, but what we want to go with is facts. We have all our facts now, and we're going to push back because clearly it's not what I'm saying, Councillor Redford or my exec are saying, or what we as Nottingham City Councillors are saying. This is what the books are saying. These are your finances, and these are your professionals who are saying it. We've got a 151 officer, so have you. So, you know, if you want to challenge us, we're open to the challenge. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone like to ask a supplementary question?
Who did you see first?
Can I say the three I saw first, because there are four hands. The three I saw first: Salma, Mike Edward, and Andrew Rowe. Councillor Mutaz, would you like to ask your supplementary question?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Why do you think they are doing this to you, Councillor Khan?
Councillor Nega Khan, please, can you respond?
If you want my honest opinion, I think they're scared. Because if you think about this consultation, Nottingham City have gone out and consulted on 1B, 1E and the boundary review, but all the other 8 leaders have refused to do the boundary review because I think they know if they go out to their constituents, actually it makes more sense. They're saying we want the whole of the areas, we're saying we want a boundary review to split the urban and rural areas, which makes sense. So as soon as you put that argument to people, they would actually agree with you, but they're just scaremongering on people. So I just want to give one of the feedbacks the survey responses I've had, and I just wanted to share it with full council today. So it says, I came to Nottingham in the 70s and I couldn't believe that the city boundary ended at the edge of Woolton Park in one place or the middle of Trent Bridge in another. The city is a non-starter on the national stage and gets practically nothing more than places like Derby or Leicester and other smaller non-core cities. The notion that West Bridgford is some sort of independent small town is beyond ludicrous. It's hardly a suburb, but virtually a part of the city centre and has no strategic function outside the city. Nottingham should always have included the surrounding boroughs. If your proposal is to redraw the boundaries of the boroughs to move to more clearly defined urban areas, I would say that is okay. For far too long, as a resident of Broxtowe, I have been unable to pay for my city or have any influence on this. This person sent me this email because they can't respond in the consultation because it doesn't allow them to talk about a boundary review. So when you get Councillor, the leader of Broxtowe, Councillor Milan, coming back and saying, well, people in Broxtowe don't want to go with you. Well, this is a resident who couldn't take part in the consultation, who's actually written to me, and I've had more of these come through. So I just think, and I've got Councillor Bruce is making comments like NIGAT's going to decide what happens in this. But they're arguing amongst themselves. So there's just scaremongering because they know that what we're suggesting is simple, it makes sense, it works for the economy and geography and all of that. So, but they want to bind us to an old map of 1932, like Councillor Edwards says. So the kind of frustration is, this is right to do. You've moved too early. You've come out and declared what options you prefer, but actually now you realise the boundary review we are able to do it. And if it works, then you're stuffed. So I just think it's really difficult position they find themselves. But like Councillor Graham Chapman has earlier said, in this city, we've got the ambition and the vision to look further beyond. We don't just look at the political side of things. We know what's right, and we might have people who disagree with us now, but in the long term, if boundary review happens, it's the right thing to do, and we won't stop. I'm alone on the boundary review at the moment, but that doesn't stop me as a leader with 8 of them on the other side, because guess what? I know it's the right thing to do. And if this comes together, then they will actually be agreeing with what we're saying, but then they might not, because they might feel too ashamed to admit that we got it right.
Councillor Mike Edwards, would you like to ask your supplementary question?
Well, the leader, I think, is right to point out that these are rules that are being set out by the government, but we've had to lobby to say, look, let's do some rules that make sense. The travel to work area of Nottingham is far wider than the area for contiguous development, but I think the council's done really well to argue that we should have the urban area, the contiguous development area, and then those areas that are south of the city will be too far away from the rest of the locus of the county. So would she accept my congratulations in actually listening to those points and pushing hard for a boundary review? And even if she doesn't feel she can say yet quite what her view is, can I just say mine is, if this is to happen, we must have a proper, sensible Nottingham, not the Nottingham whose boundaries were pickled by the nonsense of decisions made in 1932.
Councillor Nega Khan, please, can you respond?
Councillor Edwards, I've got no shame in coming out and actually saying I back a boundary review. I've got no problem in saying that's the right thing. We're just waiting for the consultants to come back with the data and actually say, because we've been very clear that the two new unitary authorities that will be formed both have to work, and we want them to work for the next 50 years. We're not doing what happened in 97, where it's a very tight-banded boundaries, which we've outgrown already, and it's not fair on the staff that work for these councils being, changing, and, I think, leaders are struggling with this because they'll be out of a job. I might be out of a job, and that's fine, because guess what? It's the right thing to do. You should be thinking about your own pocket. You should be thinking what's best for the area. So I think we shouldn't be held to what boundaries there were, but we've heard earlier, Councillor Wooding said about the tram, the bus. They're okay to use all of that. They don't mind us putting all the infrastructure in, but they've got a problem because they don't want to be seen with the city. But actually, once they know that we're not bankrupt and we've got more reserves than they have actually all got, if you look at the state of our investments, we've talked about our parks, all the investment we're actually doing, they're going to be begging to join us soon. But guess what? It might be a chance where we say, well, no, we don't want you now. Some of them, not all of them. But I think there is a point as well where people are just saying that nobody wants to go with you. I think somebody's forgot to tell the Broxtowe leader that he says that nobody wants to go with the city. I'm not seeing anyone queuing up to take Broxtowe, because in every option in 1B and 1E, it's with the city. So I just feel like we're not saying we're happy to work with the people of Broxtowe and work with the, but I just think people are forgetting it, and stop using it as a political football. Let's get this right. It's a once in a life opportunity, and I think we're on the right path, and hopefully once our information comes back that it can happen and both unitaries can work for the next 50 years, I just hope, I plead that the leaders of our other councils don't let their egos come in the way and make the right choice. Thank you.
Councillor Rule, will you like to ask your supplementary question?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Could the Leader of the Council confirm whether she's received a formal apology from the Leader of Gedling Council for his, quite frankly, unacceptable comments in the local media with regard to local government organisation?
Yeah, good question.
Yes, I have, Councillor Rule. Thank you.
Thank you. Question 7. No, 3 of them are out there. Councillor Kevin Clark, please ask your question to the Leader of the Council.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Given the Deputy Prime Minister, or should I say former Deputy Prime Minister's failure to commission independent assessments into efficiencies of local government reorganisation, can the Leader reassure the Chamber that the Council has commissioned its own efficiency assessment to ensure that any reorganisation the Council is involved in maximises the potential for efficiency savings for the hard-pressed and Nottingham taxpayer?
Councillor Nega Khan, please, can you respond?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Clark, for your question. Yes, this council is commissioning independent financial modelling of the urban conurbation option, and we should be hearing back from that in the next few weeks. This will assess potential efficiency savings and transitional costs of a two-unitary model across Nottingham and Nottinghamshire. The same assessment is being carried out for options 1B and 1E, ensuring our submission to government in November is fully informed. Thank you.
Would anyone like to ask a supplementary question? Councillor Rue, would you like to ask your supplementary question?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Will the Leader commit to sharing the outcome of those reports with the opposition group? It can be a private briefing if necessary.
Councillor Nega Khan, please, can you respond?
Councillor Rule, of course, I believe in open transparency and there's nothing to hide, so I'm more than happy to share that with you and obviously as I will with the rest of the chamber.
Question 8, Councillor Kirsty M. Jones. Please ask your question to the Executive Member for Regional Development, Growth and Transport.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm sure the Executive Member will join me in welcoming the recent allocation funding from the East Midlands Combined Authority. Can she outline the intentions for how this funding will be allocated between the various wards, including Clifton East and Clifton West? Thank you.
Councillor Linda Woodins, please, can you respond?
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Jones, for your question. I will very happily join her in welcoming the allocation of funding, some £490,000 from the Labour Mayor for the East Midlands, Claire Ward, who we are working closely with to deliver for the people of Nottingham and the wider area. And by devolving funds to the region, our Labour government is committing resources to improving skills and employment opportunities for young people, the aim being to close the skills gap, reduce youth unemployment and drive long-term economic growth. So as part of that, the Nottingham City Council has worked in partnership with the East Midlands Combined Authority to secure funding under the Labour government's new Trailblazer scheme, part of the broader Youth Guarantee Initiative. Now, it's designed to support 18 to 21-year-olds into education, employment or training, and EMCA is one of 8 pilot regions for this scheme that focuses on young people most at risk of becoming what's called NEET, which stands for Not in Education, Employment or Training, such as care leavers and those facing health-related challenges. And as that name implies, Trailblazers aim to test innovative, localised approaches to youth employment, generating insights that will inform a future national rollout. So it's really great that we are there at the cutting edge of this new trial of schemes. So within the EMCA programme, Nottingham City secured this funding for an initiative to include a personal development programme project which will engage and support 18 to 21-year-olds living in workless households in the outer estates in both the north and south of the city. And that means Bulwell, Bulwell Forest, Bestwood, Basford, Aspley, Berridge, Bilborough, Clifton West and Clifton East wards. The programme doesn't actually allocate a specific fund on a ward base to each ward on a ward basis, but they will deliver to support to all young people across the eligible areas. And so I'd like to urge all the councillors in this chamber to send this information out across their networks so that as many young people as possible can benefit from this fantastic initiative. Thank you.
Would anyone like to ask a supplementary question? We'll move on to question 9. Councillor Andrew Rule, please ask your question to the Executive Member for Neighbourhood, Waste and Equalities.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The Executive Member will be aware that the volunteer groups running the city's community centres have received letters stating that a charge, which varies on the size of the centre, will be applied to them. Given that the Executive Member has stated that the Council has moved away from proposing a rental charge to community centres, can she outline how this is any different?
Councillor Coro Jenkins, please, can you respond?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Rule, for your question. In response, please note, a community association meeting took place Wednesday, the 26th of February, where this very question was discussed. The meeting was well attended by associations. The press was also invited. Associations made it clear that they would value the continued support from the Council. The questions you are asking was fully discussed. We have moved away from applying rent, and a fee would directly cover the cost of providing the support as requested by associations. This sustainable approach is cost neutral to the Council, but it enables us to provide support and health and safety checks for associations, a position I thought was well covered back in February. Associations fully discussed the options and this approach and understood they had a choice. Thank you.
Would anyone like to ask a supplementary question? We move on to question 10. Councillor Andrew Rule, please ask your question to the Executive Member for Adult Social Care and Health.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Does the Executive Member share my concern about plans by the ICB to withdraw funding from interim care packages for residents leaving hospital and outline the consequences for patients who require these packages if the funding is withdrawn?
Councillor Helen Kelsey, please, can you respond?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Rule, for your question. The Integrated Care Boards were established in 2022 as a result of the Health and Care Act to coordinate health and social care at a local level. They will play a pivotal role in the government's 10-year plan, focusing on the NHS's efforts on neighbourhood health care. For the benefit of the Chamber, I will briefly outline the proposed changes. There will be funding reductions to Pathway 1 packages, which may limit the Council's ability to support timely hospital discharges and increase the risk of delayed transfers of care. This may also disrupt hospital flow, reduce responsiveness and impact continuity of care. This Council is working with the ICB to quantify the specifics around the reduction of continuing healthcare funding for some of our citizens. Tightened eligibility criteria and delayed assessments are shifting financial and operational burdens onto the Council, which may add further challenges and delays to delivery. If this funding is withdrawn, there is a risk that patients requiring interim care packages may experience delays in discharge and extended hospital stays, reduced access to reablement and home care support, increased reliance on emergency authorisations without proper assessment, and fragmented care coordination and diminished service quality. However, do not think for one moment that we are going along with this quietly and submissively. It's my role as Executive Member for Adults, Social Care and Public Health to defend what is right for the people of Nottingham and protect those who are most vulnerable. We have raised all of these concerns with the ICB, seeking urgent reconsideration of the funding changes they wish to impose to protect patient outcomes and service viability. We cannot deliver the hospital discharges in the numbers they request without increased funding, and we've been explicit with them on this. We're advocating for a commissioning model that reflects actual delivery costs and demand. I will be writing a letter to Sir James Mackey to express these concerns directly and request that he reconsider such challenging changes to Nottingham and Nottinghamshire ICB when we all know that they are going to be key to the success of this government's 10-year plan. This is far from perfect, and there is much work to be done. Councillor Rule may have forgotten, but I have not, that just over 2 years ago he was sitting in this chamber as a member of the Conservative Party during a Conservative government. That same Conservative government that decimated the NHS so that the 18-week waiting list that the last Labour government installed has not been met since 2016. That same Conservative government that cut funding to youth services by £1.1 billion. That same Conservative government that cut funding to the police by 25%. And that same Conservative government who took £100 million per year from this council for 10 years in revenue support grant. In 12 months since the last general election, the Labour government have injected an extra £29 billion annually into the NHS, achieving a 5% reduction in waiting lists within a year in office. Labour have pledged £500 million to roll out 1,000 family hubs in deprived areas. The Nottingham Labour PCC and DPCC are lifting the police out of special measures in less than 12 months. The Labour government have reallocated the revenue support grant to local councils based on need, not partisanship, meaning the city received upwards of £30 million of extra support. That's a Labour government, a Labour council, a Labour regional mayor and a Labour PCC all delivering for Nottingham. In short, Lord Mayor, I share these concerns, and our reassurance to this council is that we will continue to work with the ICB and escalate to NHS England and, if necessary, to the Secretary for Health and Social Care to make sure the needs of Nottingham are heard.
Thank you. Would anyone like to ask a supplementary question? We'll move on to question 11. Councillor Kevin Clark, please ask your question to the Executive Member for Neighbourhood, Waste and Equalities.
The Executive Member will be aware that following vandalism, the Victoria Embankment paddling pool was closed for 2 days in July. Given the length of time it took to reopen the paddling pool in May, after its initial 4-year closure, can the Executive Member confirm the nature of the vandalism that occurred and the measures that have been taken in place to prevent future incidents so that this valid facility is not closed again?
Councillor Coral Jenkins, please, can you respond?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Clark, for your question. Yes, through acts of vandalism, the pool was closed for 2 days in July whilst inspections took place. Residents and visitors are our paramount safety to us. We couldn't allow this much-loved facility with broken glass within the pool system to remain open, so we closed it to clear it and to ensure it was safe. This was the right thing to do. Going forward, I need to make it clear, if unwanted and unnecessary acts of vandalism occurs, we as a responsible authority will close the facility. I would also say, where anyone witnesses acts of vandalism, report it. This beautiful co-designed feature should be treasured and appreciated. So far, this year, we have had 40,000 visitors. We should be celebrating that achievement. Unfortunately, where senseless acts of vandalism occurs, we will put public safety first and close the pool for safety reasons. Finally, I would welcome any recommendations you may have to prevent further acts of vandalism that does not compromise public safety. I welcome any input. Thank you.
Would anyone like to ask a supplementary question? Councillor Mike Edward, would you like to ask a supplementary question?
40,000 visitors, 400 a day. Crikey. And we are very grateful in the Meadows for the 795,000 that was found from across the city to pay for that facility. So will the portfolio holder forgive my greed in listing that I'm still ambitious for a permanent toilet at the pool, for repairs to the path serving the pool, proper hardening of the facility, more frequent mowing of the grass, lighting along Wilford Road, Grove through the park, a repair of the cricket pitches. I could go on. Will the portfolio holder merely recognise we are ambitious for further things to be done, but we are grateful, most of all, for the corporate priority and determination for this facility. Will the portfolio holder accept my gratitude?
Councillor Cora Jenkins, please, can you respond?
Happy, Mike, to accept your gratitude and also to point out that any further involvement and talks on the future improvements and development of this wonderful feature, the ward councillors will be involved.
Councillor Eunice Reagan, would you like to ask your supplementary question?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Does the portfolio holder share the joy of both Meadows councillors, local residents, and our visitors from far and wide, the joy and happiness the return of the paddling pool has given to our area, and the value added by incorporating the splash facilities into the original design? I myself have witnessed this on several occasions, but the success or failure, as some would believe, does not need judging on 2 days of not being open, when it was clear that the health and safety was at the forefront of closure. The fact that it took 4 years for it to be reopened was due to various reasons, i.e. COVID, 114 decisions, and costing more, none of which was not at the front of either Councillor Edwards or myself, in giving up the fight for our paddling to be returned, and of course the splash facilities. Now, I will just give you a little bit of information that I've been given. In 97
Sorry, Councillor Reagan, can you just put it as a question, please?
I've just asked it.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
Portfolio holder, but I am making a point.
Thank you. Your time is up, please.
All right. Okay.
Thank you.
I'll let you.
Sorry about that. Councillor Cora Jenkins, please, can you respond?
Thank you, Councillor Reagan. Absolutely share the joy and happiness of both the ward councillors, the visitors and the residents to this beautiful feature. 2 days closure shouldn't undermine what we've achieved and the fact that we've had so far 40,000 visitors. And I'd just like to close by saying everybody in here should join us in celebrating how successful this wonderful feature has been. Thank you.
Question 12. Councillor Andrew Rule, please ask your question to the Executive Member for Regional Development, Growth and Transport.
The Executive Member will recall at the last full Council meeting she had not been provided with a response from officers in relation to the policy change whereby the Council no longer offers concessionary parking permits to residents solely in receipt of personal independence payment to support their transportation needs, and now requires that they must also be in receipt of carers allowance to qualify. I wondered whether she had now received the rationale for this change in policy.
Councillor Linda Woodins, please, can you respond?
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Rule, for re-asking this question. There was a bit of confusion last time, which I couldn't answer because the officer was on leave. However, I can confirm that I have now discussed this in detail with officers. However, we are still a bit baffled because there have been no policy changes to the criteria for one of these permits since charges for parking permits were introduced on the 23rd of June 2023. At this point, I just want to remind everyone that we are still one of the very, very, very few councils in the country that give every household a free residence parking pass. We only introduce charges for pass number 2 and pass number 3. But just to clarify, the criteria is as follows. Carers are eligible for a free exemption permit in addition to a household's first free permit, up to the maximum of 3 permits per household, providing that the person receiving care is a resident in a residence permit zone. That person must provide proof of requiring regular carer attendance in the form of a letter showing their name and address from the DWP, confirming that they receive one of the following: either attendance allowance, the care element of disability living allowance, either middle or higher rate, and a personal independent payment daily living allowance. In addition, the resident must provide a letter from the DWP confirming that the resident's family or friend is in receipt of carer's allowance and showing that resident's name and address as well. I should also point out that exempt passes are, as they stated, completely free of charge. So I can't really get to the bottom of why you think the policy, or your resident thinks the policy has changed, because I've been assured there's been no policy change since the charges were actually introduced. Thank you.
Would anyone like to ask a supplementary question? Councillor Clark, would you like to ask your supplementary question, please?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The executive member will recall last week I emailed her personally in regards to the parking issues in Clifton regarding nursing homes. We seem to be having a lot of complaints that they can't park when visiting the elderly parents in the nursing homes, and I wonder whether she's had time to look at my email.
Councillor Linda Wundis, please, can you respond?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Clark. I'm always very happy to pick up any queries that any councillor of any party has about issues in their vicinity. I haven't had a response yet on that particular issue. It's a bit too soon. It's only just fed into the system. I did forward it through as soon as I received it. So yes, I would just say if anyone has any parking issues or queries and can't get a satisfactory response, you know, we're here to serve all the citizens of Nottingham, no matter which party or individual they voted for. Thank you.
There are 6 questions from councillors requesting a written response. The responses to these questions will be published in the minutes of today's meeting. That concludes questions from councillors. I'm going to suggest we adjourn now for a short break for 10 minutes. We will resume in 10 minutes. Thank you. will now move on to the next agenda item, decision taken under urgency procedures. Councillor Nega Khan, will you please move the report?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. In order to comply with the Constitution, I am required to report occasions when urgent decisions have been taken. Since full council in July, officers and portfolio holders have, in the course of their duties, been required to authorise a single urgent decision, and it is appropriate that we note the decision here today. I move the report.
Is that seconded?
Seconded, Lord Mayor, reserve the right to speak.
Are there any councillors who wish to ask a question for clarification? Are there any councillors who want to propose an amendment? Are there any councillors who want to speak on this item? We will now vote on this item. All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? Thank you. The report has been carried. We will now move on to our next agenda item, adoption of revised and updated library bylaws. Councillor Coro Jenkins, will you please move the report?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Today I'm proposing the new libraries bylaw, agenda item 9, which will help our libraries remain safe, comfortable environment for all, while safeguarding the building and books that are found in them. These new bylaws are based on a model set recently drafted by the Department for Culture, Media and Sports and will apply to all our statutory library provisions. All of these new bylaws are, in fact, common sense rules that will benefit all library users. Some of these bylaws include no animals in the building except assistant dogs, prohibiting the display or distribution of posters or leaflets without the consent of a library staff member, no smoking or vaping on library premises, no lighting of flames or bringing flames into the library premises. All as in line with legislation, these bylaws will be published in the local newspaper and made available online so that residents, if they wish, can read them all. I will ask full council to accept the recommendation of these new bylaws. Thank you.
Is that seconded? Okay, Councillor J. Hayes.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I second the report and reserve the right to speak.
Are there any councillors who wish to ask a question for clarification? Councillor Pavlos, can I ask a question?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. May I thank the portfolio holder for the work that she's done in order to bring those new bylaws in. I just wanted to obviously ask the portfolio holder to confirm that there is obviously a strategy to make sure that the staff are fully aware of those, so to ensure compliance in our staff. Cheers.
Councillor Coro Jenkins, will you please respond to the question, please?
Councillor Kotsonis, yes, I can confirm they are aware of this.
Okay. Councillor Clark, can you ask your question?
I will withdraw my question. I think Councillor Pavlos has been looking at my papers.
Okay. Oh, okay. Councillor Rule. Can you ask your question, please?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Given the Council are responsible for prosecuting the infringement of bylaws, which I assume will come with a cost, what budgetary provision has been made for this?
Councillor Jenkins, please.
Councillor Rule, I can't answer that question at the moment, but I'll get a response back to you.
Are there any councillors who want to propose an amendment? Are there any councillors who want to speak on this item? We will now vote on the item. All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? Thank you. The report has been carried. We will now move on to the next agenda item, adoption of Nottinghamshire and Nottingham Waste Local Plan. Councillor J. Hayes, will you please move the report?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm pleased to present the Nottinghamshire and Nottingham Waste Local Plan for formal adoption. The plan is in partnership with between Nottingham City Council and Nottinghamshire County Council to provide a robust, clear framework for waste planning across our area through to 2038. Each year, around 540,000 tonnes of waste is produced from our residential properties, and our commercial waste produces around 1.2 million tonnes per year across the area. Therefore, this plan's vision is to reduce the amount of waste that is produced by 2038 by maximising the use of resources, moving to a circular economy, keeping resources in use for much longer, moving away from one-off use and quick disposal. The plan promotes waste management facilities to adapt to climate change, secure energy efficiency and sustainable building techniques, maximising renewable energy opportunities from new or existing waste developments. The plan replaces outdated policies and brings forward modern, sustainable waste management, supporting our environmental goals, ensuring capacity for future needs, guiding development in a way that protects our communities, the cultural and historic environments. Following a thorough public examination, the planning inspector found the plan to be sound, subject to a few modifications, such as strengthening policies around climate change, clearer site selection criteria, improved monitoring arrangements which have been included and documented in the report. I would like to thank the officers at both City and County Council for their work in bringing this plan together. Their efforts has ensured that we have a plan that is fit for the future. And finally, we are considering this plan today. Nottinghamshire County Council will be taking this plan to their full council meeting later this month. I commend the report and ask that you all support it. Thank you.
Is that seconded?
Seconded, Lord Mayor, and reserve the right to speak.
Are there any councillors who wish to ask a question for clarification? Councillor Roux, would you like to ask your question?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. How far do the demand projections in the report take account of potential changes in demand from local government reorganisation? And if they don't, is it likely that the race plan will require a further revision once the outcome of LGR is known?
Councillor J. Hayes, please would respond.
Thank you. Well, with this being done in partnership, when LGR does happen, it shouldn't require any further examination or reorganising. But once LGR does happen, we will review the plan. If any changes are needed, then we'll move forward and make those changes.
Are there any councillors who want to propose an amendment? Are there any councillors who want to speak on this item? Councillor Edward, would you like to speak? Would you like to give your questions?
Thank you, Chair. I mean, I've been on the various forms of the Waste Committee that we've been holding with the County Council for some years now. And I think it's important, when we always talk about the challenges we face, what with climate change and the rest, to think about how, as a city, we have actually, time and again, achieved in terms of the challenges and the changes that have been needed to meet the challenges. And we have quite a history. I mean, I was aware that we had a thing called the destructor back in the 1940s that actually burnt. Had you heard of the destructor?
As far as I remember it.
Well, I don't know if I remember it, Graham. You probably do, but apparently the first destructor was actually in the country, was in Nottingham, and it was in 1874, never mind 1940s. We were the first in the country to have a destructor. But think about what we've had to do. We've had to become a smoke-free city. Now, none of us will remember when it was smoky here. But we, had to go through quite a transition to turn the city to be smoke-free. And then we've had to take on the challenge of modern life, bringing much more waste for people to get rid of. I mean, so much more of what we buy carries packaging. And then in the 70s, we switched to doing more with the energy that comes from destruction or incineration. And indeed, in the 1970s, we set up a district heating scheme. I think I'm right in saying it's the biggest district heating system in the country. And then the incinerator had to embrace the challenges that came through bigger demands in terms of improving the air quality, and that it has done. And then we moved to making sure that none of our waste went to landfill. But I think that was done in our time, Graham. And then we've attempted before, in 4 of our wards, to actually recycle food waste. And that in itself was a success, but it was stopped because we couldn't afford it anymore. And there were certain challenges to meet. And then, of course, has come the challenges of climate change. And we still have to explain to people the nature of carbon dioxide, the nature of methane, how it captures heat and radiates it through conduction and convection. A scientific fact, not a myth. Here we are in Nottingham having to face up to people who are saying that as far as they're concerned, it's a modern conspiracy theory. So that's our history and the challenge of what we now face. And that is we have got to do more about valuing energy from waste, but understanding what it is. Because it isn't just energy from waste. Because yes, we generate electricity, yes, we share the heat, but it's also a mechanism for giving us iron, for giving us aluminium, copper, for which there will be a shortage in the world in the future, precious metals and scree. And I don't think the carbon capture argument yet understands just how much we save by being able to reuse materials in the way that that enables. I think now we have to get ready for getting to processing of food waste. We have to bring it back. It was popular where it was introduced. Those little bins did work well, including Meadows Ward. We want them back. And the difference now is that the anaerobic digestion can take place in, I think, 3 plants that are near to Nottingham, whereas in the time that we did it before, we had to transport it all the way to Norwich. I think it's time the government got on with that scheme for deposits on bottles of glass. And that was a scheme that was going to be trialled in Scotland some 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago, and we still not got round to doing it. And so I think there's quite a few interesting, exciting things that will be popular with the public and that we should be doing. And we need the country to step up as part of the challenges that we face in terms of getting ready to tackle climate change. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Hayes, would you like to exercise your right to reply?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Edwards. Obviously, 1874 is a year I don't remember. Yes, you're absolutely right about ensuring that we do more with getting energy from waste, using the materials that waste is produced once it's been burnt, and so forth. And collection of food waste. I know this is something that government is looking at as well on a national scale. Whether they do come forward any new sites, that would then mean we need to dispose of that waste, or we use that when those planning documents or planning applications come in. This plan will set the standard that we expect for those sites to come on, and we would welcome all of them to produce a form of energy so we can really combat the climate crisis.
We will now vote on this item. All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? Thank you. The report has been carried. We will now move on to the next agenda item, Nottingham Community Safety Partnership Strategy 2025 to 2028. Councillor Jenkins, will you please move the report?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The Nottingham Community Safety Partnership, this is a 3-year renewal for 2025 to 28 of the NCSP plan, and it's agenda item 11. The plan is about our continued working relationship with partners to keep Nottingham safe. By working with Gary Godden, the Police and Crime Commissioner, and the other partners, we aim to reduce crime, reoffending, substance misuse, and antisocial behaviour. There are also other key priorities in place focused on slavery and exploitation, domestic violence, sexual violence, abuse, and serious violence. The plan explains that the NCSP board will be key to ensuring that partnership strategies are implemented. Overview and scrutiny also play a part in holding the board strategy to account, and they also make recommendations where necessary. And from a council point of view, that is the right thing to do. Council, residents and visitors to our city should be able to enjoy a trip shopping, going to the theatre, or to a football match without suffering antisocial behaviour or serious violent crime. None of the above behaviour that blights or corrode our communities should be allowed to drive people apart and change our young people. Council, I ask that you approve this plan for the next 3 years.
Is that seconded? Councillor Negakan.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The strategy before Council sets a clear roadmap for a safer, more inclusive Nottingham. But as we know, creating a safer city cannot fall to a single organisation. It requires partnership. This strategy is about uniting statutory bodies, community groups and residents to tackle crime at its root through prevention, intervention and effective enforcement. If any partner opts out, we all fail. Since the Crime and Disorder Act, our work with statutory partners has grown, and together we continue to address domestic abuse, violence against women and girls, and serious crime across the city. Councillor Jenkins and others will speak later about the impact of this work. Lord Mayor, this strategy represents our shared commitment. Nottingham residents will look to us to deliver the aims we agree here today. By working together with partners, voluntary organisations and residents, we can turn this strategy into a living reality. Let us not rest on past achievements. Let us bring all partners to the table to shape a Nottingham where every resident feels safe, empowered and included. Only through this collaboration can we deliver meaningful, lasting change. Lord Mayor, I formally second this report to Council.
Are there any councillors who wish to ask a question for clarification? Are there any councillors who want to propose an amendment? Are there any councillors who want to speak on this item? We will now vote on this item. All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? Thank you. The report has been carried. We will now move on to the next agenda item, amendments to the Constitution. Councillor Kirsty L. Jones, will you please move the report?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. In moving this report as Chair of Standards and Governance Committee, I am recommending that Council agrees to make non-executive amendments to Nottingham City Council's constitution in the following ways. To amend Article 17, Financial Regulations, as set out in Appendix 1. To approve a revised Article 18, Contract Procedure Rules, as set out in Appendix 2. And to change the name of the Place, Economy and Infrastructure Scrutiny Committee to Homes, Economy and Infrastructure Scrutiny Committee, and to change the name of the People and Communities Scrutiny Committee to People, Communities and Environment Scrutiny Committee. The amendment to Article 17, Financial Regulations, involves just one amendment to outline that each corporate director and budget holder are accountable to Council and responsible for the delivery of their service functions outlined in the budget, rather than through the Chief Financial Officer through letters of delegation. This amendment removes bureaucracy as well as giving clear budget responsibility. The amendments which set out a revised Article 18 contract procedure rules largely involve aligning the terminology and guidance with legislation and adding clarity. It adds a glossary and appendices as well as various minor updates to improve clarity of wording and remove duplication. It also updates guidance when it comes to calculating the value of contracts, managing conflicts of interest, and the process of requesting exemption from the rules. Overall, these amendments ensure compliance with the Procurement Act 2023 and reflect good practice. The name changes to the scrutiny committees were proposed by the members of the scrutiny committees themselves. The Place, Economy and Infrastructure Scrutiny Committee suggested a change of the name to Homes, Economy and Infrastructure Scrutiny Committee at its meeting on 16th of June. The reason for this is that it gives more clarity to the public about the areas covered by the committee, particularly given the importance of the scrutiny of housing services in the Council. The People and Communities Scrutiny Committee suggested a change of the name to People, Communities, Environment Scrutiny Committee at its meeting on the 4th of June. The reason for this is that it shows that the environment is one of the areas covered by the committee in its remit, and shows that the environment is also seen as important to scrutinise the Council on. Therefore, the recommendation is to change the names of these committees in the Constitution and their terms of references. Thank you.
Is that seconded?
Seconded, Lord Mayor. Reserve the right to speak.
Are there any councillors who wish to ask a question for clarification? Are there any councillors who want to propose an amendment? Are there any councillors who want to speak on this item? Okay, Councillor Chapman.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. First of all, I welcome a lot of the tightening up of process in this change of the Constitution. In particular, I recommend 18.29, which is a tightening up of some of the reasons either for outsourcing or not for extending contracts. It's one of the ways that, and I'm not anti-office, I've been an officer myself, but the ways officers have just dealt with stuff in the past because they didn't want to be managing the account themselves. And I think this recognises that. However, there is one issue that does concern me. It is long on exhortation and it is short on accountability and sanction. So what we have is a lot of corporate directors should do this, corporate directors must do that, but there's no sanction specified if they don't do it. And the general system within the Constitution overall is very opaque for holding officers to account and for expecting transparency. And it is a weakness, I say, right through the Constitution, not just in this area, and you might expect it to be picked up in the member officer protocol, but I don't think it is sufficiently. So that needs looking at. So I'm asking for that tightening up, but I do it in the light of an instance in which, in relation to the, not this 114 that we're under, but the previous 114, in which a contract was awarded to SIPFA, of all people, without competition against the advice of the Director of Housing, and it was to do with the housing review of the recharges, and it was also without without competition. And it was reported to the external auditor, and he ruled in favour of the complaint. But then there was no action and no sanction. And I found that a bit of a concern. So I think my message is, it's no good having exhortation. Officers should do this, officers should do that, and members should do this, members should do that. Having said that, the system for holding members to account is actually quite clear. The system for holding officers to account is opaque. And I think we need, throughout the Constitution, and probably, probably focusing on the protocol, but nevertheless reiterated in some of the major elements of the Constitution, what is the sanction if an officer breaks the rules, and what is the clear procedure for dealing with it? Because we have had a whole series of abuses in this council, and that is something we seriously need to address. Fortunately, all the abuses relate to people who are no longer with us, and that is gratifying. But we do need to address it in the event of things happening in the future, and in order to provide clarity and balance between the sanctions that officers should be under and the sanctions, the very clear sanctions and right sanctions that members are under. Thank you.
Councillor Kirsty L. Jones, would you like to exercise your right to reply?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Chapman, for your statement. The amendments proposed in this item of the agenda were not part of the Constitution Advisory Panel, which continues its work in reviewing aspects of the Constitution as part of the delegation of the Standards and Governance Committee. This includes areas such as the Member Officer Protocol. It is welcome for members to contribute to this work, and your contributions have been received and will be considered as part of this work. Thank you.
We will now vote on this item. All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? Thank you. The report has been carried. We will now move on to the next agenda item, Audit Committee Annual Report 2024 and 25. Councillor Naya Patel, will you please move the report?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm pleased to present the Audit Committee Annual Report for the municipal year 24-25. The report outlines the committee's performance in relation to terms of reference and its effectiveness of the committee in meeting its purpose. I would like to highlight a few points while proposing this motion. While proposing the report. The Audit Committee satisfies the requirements of the Accounts and Audit Regulations 2015, Section 151 of the Local Government Chair, Councillor Sajid Mohammed, and all the committee members for their support, challenging the officers to ensure our governance, risk and control processes are open, effective and transparent. Thanks to the officers from internal and other directorates for their hard work. I would also like to thank staff who have supported the work this year. Particular thanks to the governance team, including Damien and Adrian, I'm getting better with names. Kate Morris, as the head governance officer, has provided outstanding support and scaffolding to the committee efforts in what has been an exceptional year in agreeing multiple set of accounts amongst the other significant areas of work. Her skill work with the committee enabled the committee to progress a busy yet challenging workplace. Also thanks to Stuart Fair, Section 151 Officer and Corporate Director for Finance and Resources, alongside all of the other staff who worked so hard to ensure Council met all of the government backstop dates for outstanding statements of accounts and audits for 19 to 20, 20 to 21, 21 to 22, 22 to 23, and 23 to 24, a total of 5 years in total. A particular thanks to Glenn Hammonds, who has now since moved authorities. The Audit Committee operates in accordance with the Audit Committee's practical guidance for local authorities produced by the Chartered Institute of Public Finance and Accountancy, CIPFA, in 2022. And its role is to challenge, assess, and gather assurance on internal control and risk management processes. The committee refreshed its terms of reference to bring them in line with the 2022 SIPFA guidance, which were approved by Council in September 2024. The work of the committee has been impacted by a number of significant events in the past years. The work program has remained flexible to respond to these. There were regular updates on the improvement and transformation work across the Council. In particular, the committee received regular updates on Finance Improvement Plan and worked with officers to introduce enhanced accountability within the plan. The committee has also received a report outlining the governance framework around the renewed transformation program and has gained assurance around the work being undertaken on that. This is another building block within the Council improvement journey. The committee has also received a range of internal assurance reports and monitored progress made on implementing recommendations arising from them. The committee undertook its second annual self-assessment in early April 2025. This has helped to inform a training program for members and the Audit Committee Improvement Plan. It showed improvement in a number of areas, including accountability and cross-council working, which is positive. The committee has had a positive impact on the Council and the control environment. Input from the committee has helped to develop the improvement plan within finance and within the internal audit function, as well as risk frameworks. Now it's time for some good news. The primary and the biggest good news is the completion and approval of the authority's 5 years' worth of outstanding accounts. The Council hit the government backstop for all accounts and is on track to do so again for 24-25 accounts and audit. This means that the Council can work towards qualified opinions in its future audits. Although we have been warned it may take time due to the complexity, however, the Council is far on its own and now is one of the better performing core cities. The other good news story is the committee and scrutiny have continued to work together on issues. The Audit Committee referred the Emerging Disposals Policy to the Housing and City Development Scrutiny Committee for consideration, which was then heard at the November 2024 meeting, resulting in the policy being included in open, transparent, and public formal scrutiny process it would otherwise not have been. The committee has been helpful in shaping and revitalize internal audit service and risk management vital for health and governance. Throughout the year, the committee members have been offered training and development to coincide with items being brought to the committee members. Members had access to the following training: in July 2024, risk management training with Zurich; September 24, detailed briefing on the statements of account for 19 and 20; November 24, detailed briefing on statement of accounts for 2021, 21 to 22, and 22 to 23. November 24, Treasury Management Training with Link Group; January 25, Audit Committee updates with Grant Thornton; and February 25, detailed briefing on the statements of accounts for 23-24. And in terms of the co-opted members, the Council will be advertising and will work diligently to appoint someone with excellent experience and technical knowledge to boost the work of the committee. This is a huge step towards best practice and is one of a number of improvements that came out of the work improvement program. In conclusion, as Chair, and having consulted with the previous Chair, Councillor Adele Williams, I confirm that we are compliant with the SIPFA Position Statement 2022. The committee carried out its role effectively in 24-25, and that the committee continues to be an integral part of the improvement journey that the Council is on and looks forward to continuing to support the journey. With this, Lord Mayor, I would now like to move the annual report to the full Council. Thank you.
Is that seconded? Councillor Edward.
Thank you, Chair. The report presented today is a conscientious log of the work that's been transacted at Audit Committee, including passing all those statements of accounts. But I mean, when this report came to the Audit Committee, I had to ask myself, well, what have we actually done? To which I was really saying, what difference have we made? And of course, it's a trick question, really. The difference is made at the corporate leadership and at the political leadership. And really, even when there are things to find out, the first thing you do is go and say to the corporate and political leadership, look, there's something to sort out here. But the officers were very kind. They said, oh, Councillor Edwards, you ask such good and challenging questions. They're so nice, so polite. And it's a bit odd, really, because I always ask the same questions at every audit committee. What's the impact of the risk analysis? And do you keep a log of the difference that you've actually made? I ask whether gateway reviews are ever done when we set up new projects. Still not sure I've ever seen one, but I don't think they have. And then I always ask about questions on accounts payable, because once upon a time I found something out. The challenge with all of this is that it's just not where it happens. Think about Robin Hood Energy. What happened with Robin Hood Energy was, and my good friend, the then Deputy Leader Councillor, the Deputy Leader, was saying, look, there's some problems and I'm looking into it. And all I did as Chair of the Audit Committee was keep finding out in my role what I could to feed him to help him, but not actually rehearse the issue at Audit Committee when we were in a state of chaos. We needed the focus to be right amongst the political leadership and the corporate leadership. And I think we've seen that in recent times. When Councillor Radford keeps saying, look, was it sorting the ship out? Oh, get our house in order. Sorry, I've forgotten the catchphrase. That's the point, really. There's been a shift to saying, a definite shift away from where it was with IAB to saying, look, you've got to get the political leadership right, and then the political leadership right gets the corporate leadership right, and we have been doing better. And we've been doing better, of course, because of the money that's been coming in from the new Labour government. But if you cut our grant by 100 million a year, it's a bit of a thing to say, well, you can make up for it with new powers, all these commercial powers that you've got to do. I mean, people tried using those new commercial powers, and look at all the questions that have begged in the end. It's sort of this thing about finding fault with individuals, which I have a bit of a concern about, when really what was going on was the system was wrong. But when we're talking about finding fault with individuals, yes, there was a problem with our housing revenue account. Okay. Did we get to talk about that, or did we find that our Section 151 officer went running straight away to a procedure of a Section 1114 order? I mean, where's the sense in that Section 114 order of a real, genuine discussion with all the parties to work out what happened and how it should be done? And then I have a particular interest in risk management. At one stage I was actually proposed as the council's sort of most active councillor on the matter of risk. It gave me a certain sense of confidence. But what I found was that some nonsense was spoken. They said, oh, well, council, this is some years back, but we've never had risk management. And I thought, well, hang on a minute. When I was Deputy Leader in 2003, I actually started it. We had these myths coming along. And then when it came to actually dealing with the next Section 114 order, you'll remember what happened, won't you? I got up and I said, folks, have you done a risk assessment? And it took them 15 minutes to give us a non-answer. Why? Because actually that sense of you've got to do a risk assessment at the beginning of a new initiative is probably not there. But that 114 order, the chaos it created, when you compare where we were financially with other authorities where it didn't happen, tells you there's something wrong in the way that happened. So no doubt there's more to come of all of this, and I am pleased and proud that our leadership are taking the lead in that and actually trying to get to grips with it, because it is the thing that's going to help sort it. But you need the money to do the job. That's what's plainest and clearest and simplest in terms of what you have to do in terms of proper delivery. You look at our street scene, and I think most wards we find that we've got half the number of staff that we used to have a few years back. Ditto grounds maintenance, ditto the number of wardens. There's us saying safer, cleaner are our corporate priorities, but it's taken a hit because of austerity. And that's something worth reflecting to on the staff who have sought to keep on delivering those services without probably half the resources. So, yes, that we can get into citing individual failings, but I will maintain the fundamental problem we had was austerity. It was austerity. It was austerity. Now, I've got a number of other quick points. One is I do think that the national political mood is this sense of, well, we councils can't run these services. And I do think we have to come to terms with that drive. We used to run a full local education authority. And in that time, there was a corporate resolve that the number of exclusions from secondary schools should be reduced. And in my time, the number of exclusions in our secondary schools was reduced to 3 a year across Nottingham. 3. I can tell the committee Councilor, I found out on Friday that just one of the Meadows schools, out of the 3 that we have, 5 of our children in year 7 have been excluded in 1 year alone. We need local education authority powers back again. Then there's this thing about taking stuff away from us in the name of efficiency. And I've been involved in the last year in flooding in Wilford Village. It's just obvious the private sector of making tens and hundreds of millions of pounds from the services that they are apparently providing on water and sewage, and not putting in sufficient resolve and not putting in sufficient staff to actually tackle those problems. I do think, and I ask this again, one of the ways you get a sustainable approach to risk management and inclusion, equality of opportunity and the like, is to institute a system whereby every manager at every level has to do some kind of monthly report as part of a corporate framework. It doesn't get done otherwise, because all that happens is people keep responding to the latest priorities. We need a corporate framework of monthly reporting from our service and project managers. And then just the one particular concern I have about what's happened in the last year, and it was this allocation of a reserve for the Chief Executive. And I don't mean this personally, because obviously the Chief Executive has changed. But tens of millions allocated to a reserve. And I actually asked the Audit Committee for explanations of what it was or how we could track its effective use. I can't remember precisely what it was told. You'll know what it was, Graham, but I can't remember the exact title. My point being, it was some tens of millions. I think it was 63. And I, as a member of Audit Committee, could not get an answer on that kind of question. Now, that may be a reflection of what went on before, and I certainly don't believe it would be tolerated under the existing arrangements. You just wouldn't allow it. But this is the kind of challenges that we've had in the choss that we've had because of austerity. So, Chair, in seconding the report, I want to acknowledge everything Niab said. I also think we need to acknowledge that there was a period in which the staffing of the Internal Audit Service wasn't great. But we're on our way back. And I do think we're on our way back, not only because of the national government, but because of the space and the opportunity that our new political leadership has taken with that. And I feel sorry for David every time I speak like this, because David just had to deal with all the nonsense and all the rubbish. And I'm still so proud of what you did in your time, David. But now we have a chance to do stuff new, better, and a more rigorous way. Having got our ship in order, house in order. Having got our house in order. And that's... So I would just ask people to reflect on those points as I second today's report. Thank you, Chair.
Are there any councillors who wish to ask a question for clarification? Are there any councillors who wants to propose an amendment? Are there any councillors who wants to speak on this item? Pavlos, yeah.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's a privilege to speak today as the Vice Chair of the Audit Committee. reflecting on the work of the committee through 24-25 and considering the work we will undertake in 25-26. I look forward to work with Councillor Patel as chair of the committee and obviously committee members to improve compliance and accountability in the Council. I'm extremely pleased to note significant progress in 24-25, including, of course, as the Chair just mentioned, the completion and approval of 5 years' worth of accounts. Now, that was certainly an achievement. It's important to reflect that this is on the context of a very challenging situation for audit nationally, with many councils in the past few years failing to submit their accounts, leading the government to introduce a series of backstops to be able to ensure accountability in the local level. So failure to produce accounts, let alone audited accounts with an opinion of an auditor, is a very important issue in the public sector. And it has to be a priority for councils and auditors in order to restore confidence in the public sector financial management. I say that the completion and approval of 5 years' worth of accounts in Nottingham City should read as a clear indication that to the Nottingham people and more wider, that we are on track and that concrete progress has been made in ensuring required transparency. Looking ahead, I look forward to work with the committee chair to ensure that audit reacts appropriately to internal and external pressures and ensures that the work programme embodies well the priorities of the people of Nottingham. A key priority for 25-26 will be working to ensure timely approval of the 24-25 accounts in line with the backdrop and ensuring we hold officers and auditors to account on adhering to all those dates that they need to meet. We will also continue to provide robust challenge to the executive in the areas such as the implementation of the improvement plan, whilst continuing to monitor the corporate risk register that my colleague Councillor Edwards mentioned a moment ago. One of the areas of work that I would like to provide specific focus on is ensuring that the ESG framework remains central to the work of the committee. And for those who don't know, obviously ESG, meaning that we do work to provide oversight over our activities as a council with full understanding of the environmental impact of our budget decisions, a full understanding of environmental risk being monitored through a risk register, a full review of social impact of our decisions and the impact that has on disability, race, gender, as well as ensuring the highest standards of governance and transparency through audit. One further piece of work that I would like to focus on in my work as Vice Chair is to explore compliance with wider frameworks on accountability, such as the United Nations Guiding Principles, a framework commissioned by the United Nations previous General Secretary Kofi Annan and delivered by Professor John Ruggie of Harvard University, to look specifically at governance and the impact of investment, procurement, and wider financial management, in our case by public bodies, and their impact on human rights. Now, our council and no council should be investing or participating in activities that may be linked to human rights abuses, even if those are far removed from our borders. And we in Audit have a responsibility to offer compliance and transparency to ensure that that's not the case. It's simply not enough to consider the financial gain promised by an investment, especially if that same gain might constitute a direct cost for people in the form of unfair employment practices, discrimination, or other human rights abuses. In closing, I'd like to also thank Councillor Del Williams, the previous chair, for her role in the committee, and obviously to welcome Councillor Patel taking the chair. Together we move on to 25-26 with a clear focus on shared commitment for good governance and transparency. Thanks, colleagues.
Councillor Patel, will you like to exercise your right to reply?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And can I just thank Councillor Edwards and Councillor Katsonis for their contribution on the report today, and Councillor Edwards for seconding the report. And I welcome Councillor Katsonis's areas of work, and that's something that we can look together. I think we both are on the same page on those issues, so I don't think we will have a problem working with each other and the committee, and at the same time working with Councillor Ethan Radford as well on these suggestions that you've made. Councillor Edwards, you are a very valued member of the Audit Committee, and I'm sure we all value we value your input that you give in the committee. You're one of the most long-standing members of the community who is a strong contender to Councillor Andrew Rule, who's been on the committee for too long as well, and I also. So on that note, I would now like to formally move the report. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Yeah, Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And I just wanted to put on record my thanks to Councillor Adele Williams. I was a member of the committee during that time, and there was a lot of training, and there was a lot of assurances sought, and it was a really good functioning committee during my membership on the Audit Committee. And I'll thank as well Councillor Naya Patel for reporting back on a year when, of course, she wasn't the chair, and I've been in the same position. But thank you for a good, comprehensive summary there. And it's great news to learn, isn't it, at full council, that the 5 years' worth of accounts have now been signed off by the council. I just want to reflect on that, because that included years 2019, 2020, 21, etc., for the full 5 years. And during those years, Council will remember that we had the EY report about a weakened control environment that was detected here at this council, and mitigations were put in place. But of course, that report was subject to some controversy at the time. But it was asked at Audit Committee, year after year, whether any fraud had been detected. And of course, the answer was always no. And as the 5-year reports have not been qualified by the external auditor, which is of no fault of this council, I wanted to bring the opportunity here at full council to ask the question, can the chair confirm, to the best of her knowledge, and I appreciate she is a newly elected chair, just new to the committee, but to the best of her knowledge, has there been any fraud detected despite the weakened control environment? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Patel, would you like to exercise your right to reply?
Thank you, Councillor Sam Gardner. I'm unable to answer the question right now, but I will get back to you on this very soon. Thank you very much.
We will now vote on this item. All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? Thank you. The report has been carried. We will now move on to the next agenda item, motion on the name of Councillor Naya Patel.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Having spoken with the opposition, who had a few suggestions, I'm happy to take them on board, and as this will help to strengthen the motion, I'll read the suggestions that were made by the opposition. Yeah, Councillor Rule. Yeah. Ensure that the Council's waste collection team receive training and periodic refresher training on the safe collection and disposal methods of lithium batteries to reduce the risk to their safety and bin lorry fires caused by the incorrect handling and storage of lithium batteries. The second point is establish guidance that clearly articulates the safe ways residents can dispose of lithium batteries, utilize Council communication channels, including social media, to publicize the guidance and play an active role in local awareness campaigns from third parties like the NFR's Take Charge campaign, and to encourage the government to insert in safe public disposal infrastructure in our communities and estates. Thank you. So I'm very pleased to put forward this motion today at full council. Whilst we recognize that the significant environmental benefits of electric power micromobility vehicles such as e-scooters and e-bikes in reducing carbon dioxide emissions, we believe it is essential to address the growing safety concerns surrounding lithium batteries. Lithium-ion batteries are increasingly common in many household products, including e-bikes and e-scooters, but they pose a significant fire risk. The recent increase in fires caused by lithium-ion batteries demands that proactive steps are taken to address these risks and ensure safety of our community. The number of fires in the UK caused by lithium-ion batteries in e-scooters and e-bikes has increased fourfold since 2020. This is largely due to poor quality standards and substandard components. Lithium-ion batteries store a significant amount of energy and are powerful compared to other types of batteries. If that energy is released in an uncontrolled way, then a fire or explosion may result if there is overheating, crushing, penetrating, or overcharging. And a fault can occur within damaged battery cells and cause the battery to explode to catch fire. It's important to use correct charger for the product and manufacturer-approved chargers, and to follow manufacturers' instructions for charging, storing, and maintenance. Increased awareness campaigns promoting safe disposal will help to make residents aware of the danger they pose in placing them in household rubbish and alternative disposal mechanism. E-bikes and e-scooters are often stored and charged in communal areas such as hallways or garages where they may not be monitored, and therefore warning signs of overheating are missed, increasing the danger of a fire, which may block the escape route or be close to other combustibles. Legislation for safety standards for battery chargers and their components could reduce the risk of fire, injury, loss of fire, and loss of property. This motion seeks to address these issues by advocating for stronger safety regulations rather than any problems with the technology itself. By improving standards, we can support safer, sustainable transport options without undermining the broader transition to electric vehicles. Electric Safety First, with cross-party support, is promoting the safety of electric-powered micro-mobility vehicles and lithium batteries bill. A bill to make provisions regarding the safety of electric-powered micro-mobility vehicles and of lithium batteries, and to ensure greater safety in the use and disposal of lithium batteries. By supporting Electric Safety First call for stronger product safety regulation, we aim to ensure that safety standards keep pace with the increasing use of these vehicles, allowing us to continue promoting low-carbon transport solutions while protecting public safeties. This motion also seeks to work with the Fire Authority, Nottinghamshire Fire and Rescue Services to raise public awareness, help the public understand the importance of careful disposal, avoiding unsafe products, call for better regulations, and encourage the government to support local awareness campaigns such as the NFRS Take Charge initiative. Earlier this year, I had written to all the 3 MPs to support the Product Safety and Metrological Act. And Lord Mayor, I am very pleased to report that that has been passed into law, and the government has agreed to include a number of asks regarding health and safety in regulation to be issued under the Act. We are now awaiting the regulations, and with this positive news, I would now like to move this motion. Thank you very much.
Is that seconded?
Seconded, Lord Mayor, and reserve the right to speak.
Are there any councillors who wish to ask a question for clarification? Are there any councillors who want to propose an amendment? Are there any councillors who want to speak on this item? Councillor Winter.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I'd like to express my formal support for this important and timely motion brought by Councillor Patel. As Chair of the Nottinghamshire Fire and Rescue Authority, I believe it's essential that we highlight the real, very real and growing risks posed by lithium batteries, especially those used in e-bikes and e-scooters. In recent years, the Fire and Rescue Service across the UK have seen a marked increase in the incidents involving these types of batteries, many of which are linked to substandard or non-compliant products and unsafe charging practices in homes, communal areas and waste disposal sites. These incidents are not just dangerous, Lord Mayor, they are potentially fatal. In Nottingham alone, we have had serious incidents that have led people to being injured and displaced in their homes. The motion rightly urges urgent action. It's a shame that the Minister for Fire, although I would say congratulations on him being promoted, but we now need to think about how we liaise with government to bring forward any opportunities for both operational experience and concerns directly to Whitehall. I would also like to highlight a few areas where, from the perspective of the Fire and Rescue Service, further national and local focus is needed. These align with the position of the National Chief Fire Council, the professional voice of the Fire and Rescue Service. data and intelligence groups. Current fire reporting systems, including home offices in instant recording system, do not systematically record incidents involving lithium battery failures. We need government to mandate the identification and tracking of battery-related fires, including those caused by personal light electric vehicles, such as e-bikes and e-scooters, and other battery-powered mobility devices. Building safety and communal areas. While the motion highlights charging risks, particularly in those escape routes, this must translate into updated national guidance for housing providers, landlords and fire safety officers, especially the highly density IMO settings. Legislation of private e-scooters. Government have yet to clarify when and how privately owned e-scooters will be legalised for public use. If legislation occurs without robust fire safety, battery certification and insurance regulations in place, we risk introducing thousands of more potentially unsafe vehicles into our homes across the country, many in our city. Online marketplaces. Many unsafe and untested battery packs, chargers and conversion kits continue to be sold online, often via third-party sellers and major platforms. These pose a direct fire risk to the public. National government must act to hold online retailers legally accountable for safety of the products they enable. Local collaboration and awareness, and I agree with Councillor Patel that the fire service is working in collaboration, and we are working already on awareness through what's already been said, the Take the Charge campaign and other community outreach. But with further support from government, we must go further and thinking about how we roll out safety in charging guidance, which Councillor Patel has made reference, battery disposal charging and schools and other educational programs, and I think the points made by Councillor Rule are important too. In conclusion, this is a critical public safety issue that touches on housing, product safety, environmental protection and community well-being. It is right that this council takes a lead, clear position and calls for national action. I call all members to support this important motion. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Raz.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Across the country, fire and rescue services are reporting a share increase in incident caused by lithium-ion batteries failure. These are not just statistics, they are... Sorry, can I just get my glasses? Sorry.
It's fine.
These are not just statistics, they are real events with devastating consequences. Here in Nottinghamshire, we have seen the impact firsthand. In 2023, an e-bike fire was reported. In 2024, another blaze destroyed one flat and badly damaged several more. And earlier this year, 3 people were injured and 9 residents had to be rehoused after yet another battery-related fire. Nationally, these incidents have already led to several tragic deaths. The common factor in many of these fires is that they start in homes, often when batteries are charging and when charging happens in communal areas or escape routes. The fire risk is even more severe, blocking exit and trapping people inside. The problem is made worsened by the lack of regulation. At present, there are no mandatory third-party safety certification requirement for e-bikes, e-scooter, or their batteries before they are sold in the UK. Substandard products, as well as unsafe conversion kits sold online, are slipping into the market unchecked. This leaves our fire services and trading standards under mounting pressure. They are doing all they can, but with limited resources, enforcement is becoming even more difficult. We must act locally and speak up nationally. That is why this motion calls us on to do 4 key points. First, to advocate for mandatory third-party safety certification for all e-bike, e-scooters and their batteries before they are allowed in the UK market. We will write to our local MPs and government ministers to support electrical safety. First, call for stronger product safety regulation. Second, to call for better regulation of online marketplaces. Platform must be held legally accountable for the products they sell, with unsafe items removed before they reach unsuspecting buyers. Third, to press the government of new grants to bolster the work of trading standards and regulatory bodies so they have the tools and capacity to protect our communities. And finally, to work with Nottinghamshire Fire and Rescue Services to raise awareness here at home. We will promote safe charging, safe disposable and responsible use of lithium-ion batteries, whether in the e-bikes, e-scooter, or even small items like vapes. We will encourage residents to dispose of the batteries safely, supporting initiatives like the NFRS Take Charge campaign. Colleagues, this is about prevention. It's about protecting lives, protecting homes, and protecting the environment. This is not about opposing the use of e-bikes or e-scooter. They can play an important role in reducing emissions and providing greener transport. But that role must not come at the cost of safety. By supporting this motion, we will take the stronger stand for regulation, for enforcement, and for public awareness. Together, we can help reduce the risk, save lives, and build a safer community. Thank you.
Councillor Roux.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. From the outset, can I thank Councillor Patel for bringing this important motion to full council this afternoon. As a relatively new member of to the Fire Authority myself, I'm already struck by the breadth of work undertaken by the fire service, from attending and dealing with fires to accident response and to raising awareness of fire safety to prevent fires occurring in the first place. I'd like to thank Councillor Patel for taking the time to discuss with me and agreeing some strengthening of the wording of the motion that hopefully both ensures the safety of our waste collection colleagues when they handle lithium batteries, but also seeks to raise residents' awareness and provide them with clear guidance as to how lithium batteries can be disposed of safely. Turning to my first point, we owe it to our frontline colleagues to ensure they are trained on appointment in the safe disposal of lithium batteries, but we should also recognise that as the technology develops and there are improvements to disposal practices, that our colleagues receive periodic refresher training on the latest methods of safely dealing with the disposal of lithium batteries. This will ensure we minimise the impact of bin lorry fires, such as the one on Hardy Street earlier this year, which resulted in the crew having to empty the load from the vehicle after a lithium battery ignited. This resulted in the fire brigade having to attend to put the fire out, and the fire brigade later confirmed that the fire was the direct consequence of the ignition from the lithium-ion batteries in the load. There have been similar incidents as elsewhere in the county, so we are not alone with this. The consequences, first and foremost, of preventable incidents like this is that they risk the safety of our collection crews and indeed the wider public, together with the resultant disruption to the transport network, and where batteries ignite, result in the fire brigade needing to attend to extinguish fires that result from incorrect handling. With regard to raising residents' awareness, in addition to protecting our waste collection teams, we must take proactive steps to educate and empower our residents as to the safe ways of disposing of lithium batteries. The guidance should be simple, practical and tailored to everyday scenarios, whether someone is disposing of a phone battery, a vape, or indeed a e-bike or e-scooter battery. It should explain and highlight why batteries are dangerous when placed in household bins, where and how to dispose of them safely, including local drop-off points, recycling centres and participating retailers, and what to do in the case of damage or leakage to prevent fires or chemical exposure. But guidance alone is not enough. We must actively promote this information using every communication channel available at the Council. This includes social media campaigns, council newsletters and websites, engagement with community leaders to seek their assistance for those communities who English may not be the first language, and ensure messaging on this important safety issue isn't lost, community outreach through awareness at schools, libraries and other community buildings and local events, and partnerships with local retailers, encouraging them to display disposal guidance and indeed offer their own collection points for used and redundant batteries. Ultimately, this is about changing behaviour through information. When residents understand the risks and know what to do, they're far more likely to act responsibly. And when the council leads with clarity and consistency, we build a safer and more informed Nottingham. And also just turn to the point about seeking funding from the government to improve the disposal network. Notwithstanding that residents are currently able to dispose of batteries at the tip at Redfield Road, we must acknowledge that this may not be the most accessible place for all residents, and the gap in infrastructure creates a dangerous situation where batteries end up in household bins, as I've already outlined. This is why calling on the government to invest in robust, safe public disposal infrastructure across our communities and estates is important. It shouldn't be a luxury or an afterthought, lest we experience further incidents like the ones I've referenced previously, and like the ones Councillor Riaz referenced in her speech. We need accessible, well-posted, signposted disposal points in neighbourhoods, and I would suggest that we prioritise those in areas that are the furthest away from the Redfield Road tip. These should be designed to handle lithium batteries safely and be supported by clear and consistent messaging. Just as recycling bins are now a familiar part of our streetscape, so too should battery disposal stations become a visible and trusted part of our public services. This is why we must urge the central government to take responsibility and fund the rollout of a national network of battery disposal infrastructure tailored to local needs and supported by national standards. We shouldn't be expected to shoulder this burden alone. With proper investment, we can empower residents to do the right thing, protect our frontline workers and prevent avoidable environmental harm. Thank you very much.
Councillor Patel, will you like to exercise your right to reply?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and can I thank Councillor Jenkins for seconding the motion, and thank you, and I welcome the input of all the Fire Authority members, including the Chair today. It's been a pleasure to hear you all and to see that we're all on the same page. I'll go in the other order. So thank you, Councillor Rule, for your suggestions, and this motion seeks for public, as you can see, the motion seeks public safety, and that's including our teams as well. We do have awareness as a City Council. We consider ourselves that we are very responsible, and we welcome your further ideas on raising awareness. I agree on accessibility, and like I said before, that now the PRAM bill has now been accepted as a law, and we are waiting regulations. So as soon as I have the regulations, I will be passing them out to the Fire Authority members. Councillor Riaz, thank you so much for your support on your motion. I agree that we need to act locally and speak nationally. And finally, Councillor Winter, thank you for your support and your input to the motion that you had given when the motion was in the making, and all the Fire Authority for their contribution. I hope that we can work on this together, and like I said, we are still awaiting the regulations to come, and I should be getting an update very soon in September, so I will be involving the Fire Authority members to see how we can work together on this. I will also update you with what regulations the government has accepted. As a previous Fire Authority member, I think this was a very critical issue, and this is something that I had seen last year when I was sitting as a member, and that's why I'm pleased that I got the opportunity to present this motion to full council today. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
We will now vote on this item. All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? Thank you. The motion has been carried. We will now move on to our next agenda item, motion in the name of Councillor Coro Jenkins. Councillor Coro Jenkins, will you please move the motion?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Violence against women and girls is an epidemic across the country. It is a blight that affects people of all ages. As a councillor and as councillors, we have a moral duty to address this issue. Far too many women and girls have been directly or indirectly affected by violence. Far too often, this is domestic violence carried out by their partners, their husbands, their parents, carried out by people they should trust the most and be safe with. This motion will help us as a council address this epidemic. It will help to bolster the tools that we have to be more effective in both stopping and preventing violence against women and girls. We are already carrying out good work in this area, including our partners like the Police and Crime Commissioner and through the NCSP. This motion will help us to work as well as providing more measurable strategies. This will include engaging with survivors and specialist services so we understand the impact of our policies and ensure that they work for the people they help. A key part of this will be appointing a champion from within the council who will amplify the voices of survivors and hold the council accountable on the delivery of these commitments. By utilising a 10-point plan, bringing together what we are already doing across the council under a central guidance and oversight, we will be able to be more effectively challenge and combat violence against women and girls. Chambers, this motion isn't about reinventing the wheel. It's about building and improving on what we currently do to get the best outcomes for those who suffer from violence and domestic violence across the city. Chambers, I hope all members will join me in supporting this motion. Thank you.
Is that seconded? Okay. Councillor Bernard.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Jenkins, for bringing this motion before Council today. Violence against women and girls is unacceptable, is an unacceptable preventable issue which blights the lives of millions. I worked in a women's refuge in the northwest of England before coming to Nottingham in 1991 as the lead officer for domestic violence at Nottinghamshire County Council, working closely with the 10 domestic violence services across the county. Nottingham was and still is a city where provision for advice, support and safe spaces for women and children has been a priority for the local authority. Juno Women's Aid supported 1,437 women in 2024-25 with direct support to 126 children and indirect support to a further 1,309 children. These figures include 61 women who were either housed in refuges or their partner housing association, and 186 women supported at court. When I first got involved with women's aid services in the 1980s, domestic violence was spoken about in terms of battered wives, with visible bruising and black eyes being the stereotypical image, and an acceptance in some communities that this was the norm in relationships. Work nationally and locally has been able to change the definition of domestic violence to include coercive control, which is a pattern of intimidation, degradation, isolation and control, psychological and/or emotional abuse, physical and/or sexual abuse, financial or economic abuse, harassment or stalking, and online digital abuse. We now have a national violence against women and girls strategy and the Nottinghamshire Violence Against Women and Girls strategy, the latter being led by our colleague, Councillor Angela Candola, the Deputy Police and Crime Commissioner for Nottinghamshire. These strategies encompass the breadth of acts of violence against women and girls and include rape, honour-based killing, female genital mutilation and stalking. There have also been changes in legislation, and we now have the Domestic Abuse Act 2021 that not only broadens the definition of domestic abuse, but also recognises children living in houses where domestic abuse takes place as victims in their own right. I would also add that in most cases of child sexual abuse or serious case reviews where a child has been injured or killed within the family, domestic abuse is also a factor. Sadly, despite legislation and the increase in awareness and the highlighting of the issue in television soaps and dramas, statistics have not improved. 1 in every 5 women have been subject to violence or abuse, and every 5 days a woman is killed by a partner or ex-partner. These are appalling statistics. There are also additional impacts on victims, including physical and psychological damage, substance misuse, and an increased chance of suicide. This motion serves not only to highlight the issue of violence against women and girls, but to recognise that it is crucial that we work with children to build an understanding of healthy relationships. Statistics tell us that as children start primary school, there will be 1 child in every classroom who's lived with domestic abuse since they were born, and that 1 in every 5 children witness domestic violence. Every member in this chamber is aware of the influence of Andrew Tate and the misogynistic views that he's spreading to our boys and young men. We need to continue to support organisations like Equation and Imara that go into our schools to work with our children and young people, as the work they do is key to ensuring that there's an understanding of healthy relationships and an understanding of consent. I will end as I started. Violence against women and girls is an unacceptable, preventable issue which blights the lives of millions. I would ask all in this chamber today to support this motion. Thank you.
Are there any councillors who wish to ask a question for clarification? Are there any councillors who want to propose an amendment? Are there any councillors who want to speak on this item? Councillor Kelsey.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you both to Councillor Jenkins and Councillor Barnard for moving this motion. We all know about the inequalities that befall women and girls across society, from the gender pay gap, poor research into women's health conditions, and societal expectations on childcare, to name but a few. Women have been viewed through the ages as second-class citizens, chattel to be traded amongst men, with no right to live independently. It was less than 100 years ago that universal suffrage was achieved, whereby a woman's ability to vote was held to the same standard as that of a man. Throughout the 20th century, women have fought hard for fundamental rights, such as being allowed to open a bank account independently of a man, which didn't happen until 1975, to drink in a pub independent of a man in 1982, and to be paid the same wage for the same work as a man in 1983. Prior to 1853, it was considered a husband's right to physically discipline his wife. And as recently as 1991, it was still legal for a man to rape his wife. Progress has been made, but the road to gender equality remains long. Rape convictions between 2023 and 2024 reached just 53.4%. That is just the cases that made it to court. Some sources suggest that that figure could be corrected to less than 1%. Compare that with the conviction rates of other assaults that often include a higher proportion of men, and the conviction rate sits closer to 83%. Punishment is supposed to be a deterrent to crime, But as this data shows, with 99% of these crimes resulting in no punishment at all, the system is barely prohibitive. This data makes women feel unsafe. This data means every woman has a personal story of assault. Every woman has felt uncomfortable walking down the street at night. When a crime is committed, comments like, "What was she wearing?" and "Why was she in that part of the city at night?" on her own, simply lays blame on the female victim's part. The rise of violent pornography and online misogynists such as Andrew Tate and Jordan Peterson promoting their anti-feminist hate in their manosphere is a dangerous development in modern times. These people are influencing our next generation, blaming feminism for the modern man's woes. We need to tackle this early to stop this disease on our society. We must educate our boys and young men that this is not the case. And for society to truly work, we must all work together. As a mother to a boy and a girl, I take very seriously my responsibility to not only raise a strong, smart, independent woman who strives to reach her full potential, but also to raise a male ally who stands shoulder to shoulder with women, raising them up rather than pushing them down. Both of my children are being raised to understand their own bodily autonomy and to respect others. Both of my children understand the concept of consent. Neither of my children are yet 10 years old. Women's rights are not solely the responsibility of women. They are the responsibility of all of society because gender equality and women's rights benefits all of us. In Nottingham, we have great partnerships with the likes of the Consent Coalition who work to reduce sexual violence. We have the Office of the Police and Crime Commissioner who have prioritised tackling violence against women and girls. Nottingham was proudly the first city in the United Kingdom to recognise misogyny as a hate crime. But we are not done here in Nottingham. Whilst women and girls are still disproportionately affected by violence, we are absolutely not done. And that, Lord Mayor, is why I support this motion, never forgetting the words of another female politician: women's rights are human rights.
Councillor Kosonix.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Justice is not measured simply by the existence of laws, but by whether people have the real capability to live their lives free of fear and to live lives they ultimately value. Violence against women and girls strips away that capability. It denies not only safety, but also education, opportunity, dignity, but also freedom to participate fully in public life. It's a barrier to fundamental rights and freedoms. Today we reaffirm our commitment to confronting violence against women and girls. But this is more than a matter of safety. It is fundamentally a matter of human rights. Violence against women and girls is not just a crime. It's a denial of basic human dignity and equality. Within Nottinghamshire, partners have come together to deliver a far-reaching violence against women and girls strategy, 23-28. And I commend the work of Police and Crime Commissioner Gary Gordon and Angela Candola, the Deputy Police and Crime Commissioner. The violence against women and girls strategy underscores our duty to keep our communities safe and to ensure that our practice is informed by survivors themselves. And not forget about our partners as well in the city, especially in the city centre. And I know that my colleague from the city centre, Councilor Sharon, who will speak later, will probably mention that. But the bid and the work of Alex Flint and so on, the Purple Flag accreditation, making sure that our late-night economy is safe for women, making sure that all these things happen. It is a partnership approach. It's not simply about one organisation leading on it. Everybody has to come together. And it's about preventing. It's about embedding a zero-tolerance approach for violence against women and girls across all activity. It's about responding. So work towards reducing the levels of harm experienced by women and girls, supporting, ensure the survivors are safe and feel safe and supported so that they can lead a fulfilling life, including ensure our services are culturally competent and that no groups are systematically excluded because of racism or discrimination. Strengthening, to ensure we have a comprehensive joined-up system of strong and suitable services, casting a wide net of support for all. This motion is aimed to reinforce and strengthen those principles in a Nottingham focus. As recent Home Affairs Committee highlighted, we need clear definitions, consistent metrics, a stable long-term investment in prevention and survivor services. We need clear delivery targets. There is a long way to go. I know we have worked hard, but there is a long way to go, and we are committed to get there. How does Nottingham commit? By committing to transparency, survivor-led engagement, education, inclusive commissioning, and dedicated leadership. Violence against women and girls champion, as Councillor Carl Jenkins mentioned earlier on. This Council can turn words into rights. In supporting this motion, I conclude by saying that justice for women and girls is not an afterthought. The rights of women and girls are not conditional. They're not optional. They're not secondary. They're fundamental, inalienable, and urgent.
Councillor Shannon.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Jenkins for bringing this incredibly timely motion. I will also take this opportunity to forewarn the meeting that my speech is addressing some of the extremes of online hatred, and so will refer to allegations and threats of sexual violence. The motion speaks completely correctly about an epidemic of violence against women and girls. What I would like to add is that underlying that, we are seeing an epidemic of misogyny and a concerted attempt to normalise that bigotry. For me, a key part of this motion is the commitment to comprehensive education on healthy relationships in schools, because this is where we are seeing those toxic influences begin to creep in at such an early stage. Work by the University of York found that 30% of female secondary teachers had experienced male students making misogynistic comments. More worryingly, that number is 23% for primary schools. 20% saw primary school boys directly discussing misogynistic online influences, which colleagues have already referenced. I want to pause there for a moment, though. 1/5 of primary school teachers saw boys aged 11 and younger talking about online influences like Andrew Tate, a man who, along with his brother, is wanted by the CPS to face charges of rape and human trafficking. Influencers like Carl Benjamin, the former UKIP candidate who said of Labour MP Jess Phillips that he wouldn't even rape her. And it is no coincidence that both of these examples and many of their fellow travellers weave seamlessly between their misogyny and their racism. They are happy to see people as lesser for being of a different gender, a different colour of skin, or a different religion, and women of colour suffer that impact doubly. Here I will include, potentially, a controversial point, a word of praise for the Labour government's Online Safety Act. No one should pretend that there haven't been teething problems or that there is no room for improvement in the wording of legislation. It was probably an overstep in implementation, for example, to require photo ID to view the Reddit page for cider. But it is very clearly, completely clear that unregulated internet is harming our children. If this law can serve to stop teenagers and children from stumbling upon racist content, misogynistic content, pornographic content, then there is clearly something in it worth preserving. To tackle violence against women and girls, we must address the fact that the perpetrators of that violence are not abstract. They are men. It is not all men, but it is always men. And tackling the attitudes that those men develop towards women during their formative years is the preventative medicine to this epidemic. Those extreme opinions will always be out there, but a proper education can be a vaccine against them. They will not stick. They will be seen for what they are, the words of small, violent men, unhappy and unloved, isolated by their own hatred and bigotry, unfulfilled by luxuries borrowed for a photo shoot, not aspirational figures, but a cautionary tale. Failures. The other side to this is that we must provide positive male role models, and I'm going to speak very directly to this chamber now. Every man here is quite uniquely placed. We have a privileged platform to speak here in the heart of civic life, and we're also very local. We are present in the everyday, To be blunt, it's on us. Young men need examples of healthy masculinity, of men who see women as equals, and who will forcefully make the point that equality and respect are strengths, not a weakness.
Councillor Kandula.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Jenkins and Councillor Bernard for bringing this motion today. I am pleased to provide an update on the work of Nottinghamshire Police and Crime Commissioner Gary Godden, and in my capacity as Deputy Police and Crime Commissioner in tackling violence against women and girls across Nottinghamshire. VAUG remains one of the most pressing challenges facing our communities. It affects thousands of women and girls across Nottinghamshire with long-term impacts and trust in public services. Whilst recognising men and boys can also be victims of these types of crimes, it is widely accepted that VAUG is deeply linked to women's inequality in society, and the impact of these crimes is felt across the whole community. The OPCC's work is guided by the Nottinghamshire VAUG strategy, which is inclusive regardless of gender. This is a partnership strategy signed by every local authority in Nottinghamshire, built around 5 strategic pillars: preventing, responding, supporting, including and strengthening. We know prevention is key to long-term change. That's why we've invested heavily in early intervention and education. Healthy relationship programmes are being delivered in schools across the city and county. We continue to commission a wide range of services, such as the CARDA programme. Children affected by domestic abuse, where trauma-informed therapy, teen support and early years workforce development is delivered. We rolled out trauma-informed training across sectors including probation, health and local authorities. Independent domestic and sexual violence advisors are also commissioned, along with CHISVAs for children and stalking and advocacy. This is just a few of the services we commission. These services are embedded across Nottinghamshire and provide vital support to survivors navigating the criminal justice system, accessing therapeutic care and enabling survivors to strive and thrive in their journey to recovery. Through Safer Streets funding, we've improved lighting, installed refuge cameras in parks and launched safe space pledges across the nighttime economy. We also launched Operation SafeNet in partnership with Nottingham Trams Network, and Nottinghamshire Police launched the Walk in My Shoes campaign to better understand women's safety concerns, so that as partnership we can work in unison to address them. Our Women's Safety Board launched in June, which provides a direct line to voices of survivors and specialist services, ensuring their experiences shape our approach. I want to emphasise that this is a whole system approach. It's collaborative, survivor-informed and focused on long-term change. We are making real progress, but we know there is more to do. The PCC and I remain committed to working with partners, survivors and communities to make sure Nottinghamshire a safer place for all women and girls, and for men and boys too. I was told I had 3 minutes, but I've got 5 minutes. I just want to say, with the Walk in My Shoes campaign, there was a low uptake from women from the ethnic minority. I've negotiated with the force and we have opened that survey so we can get everyone's voices heard. So there'll be some information going out to reach out to all ethnic minority women. Number 2, violence against women, misogyny. We've got to change it. We can't change it ourselves. We've got to tackle this. In order to do this, we need male allies on board. And I will be asking every male in this chamber to sign up and support me to challenge misogyny and tackling violence. And I'll be doing a project in November, so I'll be reaching all out to every male in this chamber and asking you, be allies. We need allies to challenge that behaviour and the misogyny there as well. So that's where I stand. And I hope you can all support us. Collectively, we can make a difference. Women on their own can't make a difference. Men need to help us to make that difference and challenge those behaviours as well. So I hope you will all support me and the City Council and every other council in Nottinghamshire to make a difference, because we need to show how it can be done, and other councils will follow us as well. Thank you very much. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Patel.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think I've got nothing left to speak. There's been such brilliant contributions made by all my councillor colleagues. However, I would like to take the opportunity to thank Councillor Jenkins and Councillor Bernard for bringing this important motion. I'm sure that we all will welcome that the government has committed to halve violence against women and girls within a decade. However, this ambitious goal of the government cannot be realized alone. We need action from local councils, councillors, police crime commissioner to turn the tide on violence against women and girls in our communities, and that's exactly what you are doing with this motion. As a trustee of the Nottingham Muslim Women's Network, where we deal with women with domestic violence, I have a testimony that I would like to read from one of the clients who said that she's very happy and very grateful with the support that has been given. The client also said she's really happy with the service she has received from everyone as it helped her gain more confidence in supporting herself and her children. And this is what our organizations in Nottingham are doing. And I would like to take the opportunity to thank all of them for the work that they're doing to manage the violence against women and girls, especially those who are facing sexism and misogyny. Councillor Bernard, you have mentioned some statistics. As you can appreciate, it sadly represents the tip of the iceberg in terms of domestic abuse prevalence. As we know, abuse in a lot of cases is never reported. Just to sum up, as a council, I think we must continue to model best practices and have zero tolerance approach when it comes to all forms of harassment. Thank you very much.
Councillor Cora Jenkins, would you like to exercise your right of reply?
Yes, Lord Mayor. First of all, I want to thank Councillor Barnard for seconding the motion. I'm not going to cover all the points that you've made, but I want to recognise the heartfelt contributions from Cheryl, from Helen, from Pavlos, from Matt, Angela and Nayab. The 10-point plan will embrace all the fundamental points that have been raised here today, and the appointed champion will amplify the voice of the survivors. Thank you.
We will now vote on this item. All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? Thank you. The motion has been carried. We will now move on to the final agenda item, committee membership changes. Can we agree to note the changes to committee membership as set out on the agenda front sheet? Thank you. That concludes the business for today's meeting.